be able to put out a lot of pressure. Trendable following up.
Alright, audio should be all set now. Apologies for this, folks. I was not aware. So what happened was Effects Internet had a bit of an issue. Really not sure exactly what the problem was, but we're going to be laying it down to Comcast. We're going to say that they were the problem. And as such, I had to start the stream myself, but I didn't actually have everything all set up. As you can see, the overlay is still a little bit wonky, and so getting the settings done on the fly does take a little bit of finesse, which apparently I don't have. I don't have any finesse, apparently. So the audio should be set up now, should be all good, and you guys should be able to hear our wonderful voices. In fact, giggling in the background there. And that's all you can do, is laugh when a comedy of errors this sort of magnitude does happen. However, we've got League of Legends for y'all, and hopefully the League of Legends makes up for some of the technical errors there. Tranquil Flame's taking a chunk of damage there.
He gets the word though, so I think he's like, probably worth. You see Bloodbath Beyond, no fear, just pushing right up to the turret and saying, "This is my turret."
Yeah, Bloodbath
He already
doesn't have a reason to fear at this point. 53 to 90 is a favorable numerical exchange for Bloodbath. That's one way to
And
put
he
it.
has a black cleaver at
man.
10 minutes.
Good lord. That's a snowballing lane if I've ever seen one. And the resilient tanky pick of Maokai is not going to be doing very much work to come back into it. There isn't a lot of comeback mechanics aside from simply waiting until team fights happen, or maybe getting a teleport down to the bottom side of the map for some assistance there. But anytime he leaves this lane is free time that Bloodbath and Beyond gets to hit his way through onto more and more turrets.
And he's so far ahead at this point that I don't think Devil Web and Light Crusaders can take him. Not with his ultimate active. And we see Tranquil Flames is actually just putting so much pressure onto Debo.
Yeah, Devil Web chased out of his own jungle, but Tranquil Flames is in a dangerous spot, actually flashing to try and claim the kill as Light Hungs chases after him with the Ghost running. There's the Shockwave to pull him back, and just one more auto and a command attack will claim the kill.
Tranquil Flames' aggression kind of backfiring a little bit. He was not able to land the Sonic Wave onto Debo. Debo thinking his lucky stars probably.
And meanwhile in the bottom lane, the pressure continues from Tranimal and Wilro, who have garnered for themselves a quiet lead as well. So really things are just going quite well across the board here, as Control knocks Holmes back into a few bombs, but the bouncing bomb isn't going to land, and that gives Holmes the advantage here. A flash forward from the Orianna, but Control manages to bring it home still with the barrier up, and a little bit of an unnecessary flash. Still though, comes back home with the kill and a further advantage going over to the side here of Light for Ire. I just can never remember how to pronounce that word. It's pronounced ire, like the synonym for aggravation, but it is spelled A-I-U-R, which makes me just want to say like R or something like that, like sound like some sort of brain damaged dog. I don't know, just R. I don't know what to do with those. There's too many vowels there. Too many.
Dang alien races and their alien names.
Man. Still though, working out in the end for Light for Ire, who I'm just not going to think about how their name is spelled moving forward, because it's really just going to confuse me. Look at Tranquil Flame. He's getting all those little Krugs pop so he can kill them all at once with a Tempest, I'm assuming. But it's really satisfying to do that. Meanwhile, though, Bloodbath and Beyond, uncontested, pushing into the enemy jungle, is actually going to find 3 members of the enemy team, nicely avoiding the knockback from the Shockwave. He manages to claim a kill. He gets a bit more healing back from the Tentacle Slams. He's got himself a double. He's looking for the triple. He does not find it. It's a shutdown off the Maokai. But my god, the man survives, thrives even, in a 1v3. My voice is breaking because of these Alawi plays. And it's a 1-for-3 trade. He is too hot to handle at this point. They cannot touch him without getting a face full of tentacles. Which is not pleasant.
And he also managed to take Quality's flash as well. Probably would have killed Quality if he hadn't flashed over that wall. So dangerous.
Shove up on the top lane is going to claim another turret. And we're seeing Light for Ire just devastating this game already with what is that, an 8k gold lead if I'm doing my math? I'm doing my math incorrectly. It's only 7. Only a 7k gold lead at 13 to 13 and a half minutes. Pretty crazy. Tranquil Flames pulling an exhaust there with some fancy Lee Sin mechanics as he hops in and dashes out. And Bloodbath and Beyond has found a new lane, but it's the same game. He's just going to keep on split pushing.
He plays top lane like I used to. Just stay in a lane and keep on pushing. And he's able to do it. He's just so ridiculously dangerous.
Pardon me.
If he can walk away with 2 kills in a 3v1, then
yeah, that's
bodes
kind of
poorly.
As egregious as it gets, really. It's the sort of thing that might make a man call Illaoi OP, but really I wouldn't say that's the case. It's just that Bloodbath and Beyond knows how to abuse this kind of champion, and more than that, abuse enemy missteps and mistakes. They really didn't respect the Black Cleaver enough, which is kind of scary to say because it was a 3v1, you'd think that would be enough respect, but really just getting that close to Illaoi, particularly from Lighthounds, who didn't really have to be, was a really big mistake, even in a fight that looked so handily won.
Absolutely. They thought they had him in that jungle, but
yeah,
those jungle areas where it's nice tight corridors, it's the kind of areas Illaoi thrives.
Yeah, it's a case of underestimating the champion, and that is one of the most dangerous things you can do against an Illaoi. And now Bloodbath, well now there really isn't a safe way to handle this guy. That's sort of the tipping point there, and we've seen that tipping point a few times with this player. Bloodbath often finds himself in a 2v1 or a 3v1 and manages to sort of mind game the opponents into overcommitting and then turns that back around to claim an early lead.
He's steadily going to continue to do what he's doing and just push that bottom side. All Light Crusaders can do is just attempt to stall him out as best as possible.
Pardon me, we haven't engaged in the mid lane though, as Debo Wabe is getting chased out from his initial attempt at an engage. Tranquil Flame's going to take some good damage on the way out, but Cortien Z dashing and flashing forward for it, is going to pay for that pretty quickly. And a fight that was attempted by the side of Sincor falls to pieces pretty fast. Control will happily execute that mid lane turret as more turrets are being worked away at by Bloodbath down in the bottom lane.
Just sticking around, steadily whittling that turret down, and then it's going to be pretty much all of the tier 2 turrets are now dead.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we could handedly say that Life for Ire has firm control of this game, especially at the 16-minute mark.
Yeah, with a more than 10k gold lead, I don't really see very many ways that they lose this one, especially considering the time on the clock. Only 16 minutes in, that is highly, highly impressive, and bodes well for them moving forward in the bracket. That's really all we can say, is there isn't much of a way back into this one for Sincor, who honestly, I mean, they've made a few key mistakes, but they haven't played horribly throughout the entirety of the game. They've just been edged out of the early game and then overcommitted to a few fights.
There's not much they can do with how Bloodbath and Beyond he scaled so hard out of control, and when they went to try and finally shut him down, it was too little too late.
This is the Rift Herald being started off though, a not very frequently contested buff, and it looks like there won't really be much contest over it this time either. Karma's over the wall, looking for the steal. Cortien Z is there as well.
Looking for some love.
It's really just sort of a paltry effort on the side of Sincor, who throw in a few skill shots here or there, but don't really
A token attempted to steal it.
Yeah. A token attempt, that's what I was looking for. And a rotation immediately to the Dragon Pit means more objectives, I'd imagine, for the side of Life for Ire. Oh no, Tranimal and Control both want the same minion wave. Who will get it? Who will win? It looked like Tranimal got most of that. These are the battles that we're reduced to, that I'm reduced to as a play-by-play caster, since there really isn't much of a battle going on anymore between these teams.
And that is going to be their second round of the game, and now they can take objectives faster. And we finally see Bloodbath and Beyond going back to purchase, I'm assuming, either...
Death Dance.
Well, yeah, Death Dance.
Death
I was going to say
Dance
Trinity
is-
Force or Death Dance.
Death Dance is such a huge item for Alawi because we saw earlier that the healing off of Tentacle Smash can be absolutely huge, especially when you have her ulti down in a team fight. You have 4 or 5, maybe 6 tentacles landing on multiple members of the enemy team. You can easily heal about half your health bar. Death's Dance even just amplifies that effect, while still being a pretty good source of damage itself. So it's a crazy, crazy item on that champion. One of the few champions, actually, who makes good use of it in the current meta. Alawi's sort of the fringes of the meta at the moment.
Meta or not, it does fit into his character archetypes that he likes to play.
That is an interesting teleport there from Light Crusaders. He's going to be trying to flank around behind the 4-man unit here.
This whole time, Bloodbath and Beyond is still pushing the top side.
Yeah, they're losing an inhibitor turret for this, so this fight has got to just go miraculously well if Syncor want to make something work here. And they do manage to find a 2-man Hecarim ult into the Shockwave, but it simply doesn't seem to be enough. Tranimal will be going down, though. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Meanwhile, though, we have to keep in mind, Bloodbath and Beyond is doing work, and a 2-for-2 trade simply isn't going to be good enough. 3-for-2, a little bit better. Control, though, is still cutting back, and he may be able to find the kill here on the Maokai. A flash away, a bouncing bomb comes through, and he managed to find not 1, but 2. And meanwhile, Bloodbath and Beyond is pushing it onto the Nexus turrets. They cannot ignore this man.
He's just whittling it down. He's gonna get it.
Yeah, that's a Nexus turret gone, an inhibitor gone, and just kind of an even fight really taken. Yeah, there's no way out of that for him there. But honestly, they committed hard for a fight that just kind of went even.
That's, yeah, pretty much one. They lost 4 people and a 4v5.
Yeah, and they gained like 3 or 4. I think it was like almost an even trade in terms of kills. And they aren't able to take any objectives off of it because they're pushed too far back into their base. And they lose the inhibitor.
Beyond take an inhibitor and a Nexus turret.
You can't be too terribly critical, though, because they are so very far behind. I actually like that they tried something decisive. That they went for the teleport flank with Light Crusaders. Because who knows?
The proactive plays are definitely good.
Maybe it could have miraculously worked out. Maybe there was some form of misplay there that Syncor was trying to take advantage of. But at this point, it really would take a miracle. And they weren't able to make
it's
it.
Just they're just too far behind at this point.
Yeah. Baron now, though, is on the table. This is probably the last point at which we could potentially see Life for Ire throw. This is still a rather early Baron. Even with the huge leads that they do have, it's going to do some good damage. But it's already nearly down. Here's Hecarim over the wall, but it's a little bit too late. And he evaporates in a moment. With the Alawi ult? Okay.
Yep.
Alawi ult down, I guess. A little odd on that usage, maybe accidentally hitting the R key. I don't think it really matters though, as
it's still dangerous at the ultimate.
For sure. And they've got a 4-man unit with Baron to push in the mid lane, as well as Alawi to send down to the bottom side. And yeah, even without the ulti, he's going to be almost uncontestable. This will be an inhibitor falling most likely, if not the game. Oh my god, that was some crazy damage from Control.
That stings a little bit. He has the Haunting Guys and a Luden's Echo, so yeah, let's make a little extra damage there.
Just a bit. Yeah, second inhibitor going down. Third one is wide open.
Something.
There's an attempted flank here from Quality. Again, there's not really much that can be done to stop this. This is a bulldozer driving through a prairie of dandelions at this point. Bloodbath Beyond gets a pick for a bit of damage, and the last Nexus turret is under fire. Tranimal able to easily whittle away at that one. Set up a cupcake shop for defensive measures, and this is probably going to be GG.
And that is all objectives taken at 22 minutes.
Yeah, pretty textbook game of League of Legends here from Life for Ire. They're going to be closing it out with a sizable 18k gold lead by the 22-23 minute mark. A double kill there at the end for Bloodbath and Beyond, just the icing on a pretty darn tasty cake. And we're going to be going ahead to a short break, folks. Give us just a few minutes while we get into the next match, and we will be right back. As I'm sure the keen-eared among you could hear there at the end of that song, we do have some League of Legends on our hands, and it is relatively young, so we're going to be getting into this match. Sadly, we weren't able to see the pick and ban here, because they did get through that without us, because we do run the two semifinals at the same time, just to try and save time, because we often have quite a few teams competing, and it would be very difficult to do each semifinal match one after the other, in addition to doing all the other matches that have to come before them. For each casted match, there is an iceberg of uncasted ones that lead up to them here in Reverie. But my name is Octavian. I am joined by my good friend Effects on the casting bench tonight, and we have got Rose Noir versus Transfusion in our next semifinal match here. And Rose Noir, I believe, is on the blue side for this match.
Yes. They're a returning team, of course. They've been here several times, even won a few, I think.
Yes.
Transfusion, I don't recognize. I believe they're a new team, but to make it this far, they seem to have done pretty well.
Oh, man. As it's done in Chile, but Shurima doesn't quite have level 6, so still relatively safe for Chile, and he holds on to his exhaust for that very reason. As Big Mama looks to try and catch on to Man, Bear, Horse, Pig, which is a sentence I really never anticipated saying. Just never in my life.
Man, Bear, Horse, Pig.
Big Mama trying to catch Man, Bear, Horse, Pig. Not something I thought I would say at any point. But you know, that's what casting does to you. It introduces you to some very, very strange new worlds.
Yeah. Always get some of those names that make you just go, wow.
Why did you do that? Why did you make that your name? But, you know, it's not the worst one we've ever had. There's the exhaust and the vial, however, Shurima coming down with the unleashed power.
You're making a valiant effort to escape that gank.
It was a valiant attempt, but really it simply was not to be. And the exhaust being dropped onto vial, which was the right choice. It blocked out a lot of the ending burst damage, meant that Shurima was free to press R, and happily he did.
He even flashed the stun from Shurima, but it just wasn't enough.
A brute force tower dive ends pretty well for the side of Rose Noir, as they even up the score 1-1.
I can see that the director camera really, once again, loves top lane.
It's a great lane, really. Who doesn't want to see Shen and Nautilus beat it out? mano-y-mano, the big man and the little ninja. It's very exciting, really. We harp on that too much, though. It really is an interesting lane. It does have its own intricacies. They're just not quite as explosive as perhaps, say, the mid lane is going to be with Victor versus Syndra here. And that does give us a nice segue into talking about some of these picks, since we didn't get to do much of that in the drafts, since we didn't get to see the draft. It's nice to see a returning Victor here. Haven't seen a lot of those of late. Mid lane has become kind of unfriendly to immobile control mages with Syndras and LeBlancs floating around the place. As well as Varus, the meta has been leaning towards these utility-heavy, crowd control-heavy AD carries like Varus and Ashe. Varus a little less so, but still happy to see it.
Well, you see Raven. Oh, there's the ultimate from Deluxe.
Yeah, there's that utility crowd control. As I was mentioning, the Aqua Prism, though, stops Varus in his tracks as Odin's Raven is ferrying in Z as well, and Fusion is looking for a hard dive here in the bottom lane. Holy might be able to... No, thought maybe he'd be able to escape with his life there. But he at least manages a one-for-one trade as post-mortem, a cupcake claims the life of Odin's Raven.
He's a horse that cannot avoid cupcakes.
Another sentence that you'll only say while casting League of Legends. It's really strange when you think about it, but
it is a little bit, yes.
Let's not delve too deep into that rabbit hole, and let's take a look at these junglers who have some interesting things going on. First off, mobility boots for Vile, I think is the way you pronounce that. Yeah, I thought that might be like an undercase L and then an uppercase L. League players like to do that, but no. It is Vile, who's now invading into the enemy jungle. And Odin's Raven, who's now being chased out of his own jungle. Yeah, the mobility boots, I like that
Raven's
choice.
had a pretty good start.
Yeah, Rafts is going to be pushing Odin's back, though. As the red buff will likely be resetting relatively soon. Z going for the taunt on the Rafts, though. Rafts tossed up against the wall there. Red buff still having not gunned down yet. Will be secured by Odin's Raven, but it comes at the cost of a top laner as Z falls.
Shreema picking up another kill for himself. He's shooing the way, you could say.
You could say that, yes. Don't say that.
Oh, another dive.
Nicely placed gravity well, though. That buys a ton of time for Chile. And now Nautilus is backing out from under the turret. Oh, Chile is getting dangerously close to Shreema, though. Shreema just has to press R on this man, and he claims the kill. Or even just press Q. And it's a shutdown for the Hecarim, though. An okay trade. As far as they go.
That he wants them, but he paid it for his life.
And this game really has been a story of trades so far. We haven't really seen any decisive victories to one side or another in any of these fights. It's always been something gained for something given, regardless of which side it is doing the gaining or the giving.
Certainly makes it for a very even game currently, though we do see a very slight gold lead coming out of Rose Noir.
And it's about where the gold is concentrated, though, as well, as Deluxe continues to shove in this lane. And I feel like the Varus is probably one of the strongest points. There's two strong points for the side of Fusion. There's Odin's Raven, who is, of course, the 3-in-1 kill point, but then also Deluxe, who, as you can see, has almost complete control of this lane. Holy has been shoved back again and again. And that's really not something you want to do. You want to see as a Caitlyn, who is supposed to have that lane dominance in the early game. Without it, will fall into an even deeper trough in the mid game.
So it makes me curious to see how well. What else we're going to see here? Odin's Raven showing that he is very, very content just to die to get kills.
That is the Hecarim way, after all.
Yes, directed camera. It's very exciting.
I wasn't going to address it. The elephant in the lane. But yeah, there's still pushing going on top lane. I think, actually, Deluxe's control of that lane is going to be a really, really big sticking point for this game, because Deluxe is now sitting a good 10 to 20 CS ahead, and this is going to give them the ability to rotate up towards the dragon, because they've shoved multiple lanes into the turret, and claim this, admittedly perhaps not so important air Drake. Could have been a Volcanic, though. You never want to cede control, because you don't know which kind of Drake it's going to be. And even just the itemization is going to be better for Varus moving into the mid-game. That's where he spikes, and it's where Caitlyn starts to fall off. So the discrepancy between the AD carries will be a really big deal until, of course, we see Syndra's and Nautilus is getting involved in the fight, because then the weaknesses of Avaris shine through.
You'll have to keep the pressure up with those piercing arrows, but once Raph enters the picture, they'll be less relevant.
The point-and-click ults are going to be his bane, I imagine. Unleashed Power and Depth Charge are both so very, very potent for dealing with an immobile AD carry. And Chile is having a really rough time of it, so they're really only going to have one target to focus down, provided, of course, Odin's Raven doesn't fall further out of control. That was an interesting tidal wave.
I'm assuming he did it because Shurima has no summoners up to escape. So he was making sure that Odin's Raven could not catch up.
Teleporting from Z. He's going to eat a cocoon for his troubles, but he'll be just fine. He's trying to catch this minion wave and protect the turret.
He's opted for the Spectral Cowl, so he's going to take almost no damage.
Certainly makes a lot of sense into a matchup where you're facing an AP laner and an AP jungler. There's almost no reason to build armor. Still going for the Bambi Cinder for a bit of clear speed to try and counter the continual shove that Nautilus will be exerting, but after that, going Magic Resist does make a lot of sense. Especially considering
Shen's one
that
weakness.
Shurima is ahead.
Shen's one weakness, the lack of minion wave clear.
It can be covered over rather nicely with itemization.
Sunfire.
In the past, you would
Absolutely.
see things like, oh man, the precursor to Static Shield, I can't remember the name nowadays. But Raph teleporting to the bottom lane is actually going to whiff on the anchor toss. That's really rough. And that's a lot of pressure burned, a summoner down, and nothing really to show for it.
Yep. Big Mama and Deluxe able to get out there very easily.
Manbear Horse Pig just about avoiding the poke on the way out. And yeah, that's going to give farm back to Z, who was trapped in a spiraling lane, spiraling away from him. And in addition to that, the teleport is down. There's very, very little threat to this bottom lane now, especially considering that Vile has no clear way into the lane. As you see right there. Manbear Horse
Now
Pig
that
takes a
did.
chunk. There's the piercing arrow too. Woo. Gotta respect the Karma Varus damage.
Deluxe is definitely having a very solid game. He did use the Chains of Corruption to stop that gank though, so they're not going to have it to enable any ganks of their own.
Oh man.
Ooh.
The flash forward for the piercing arrow attempt from Deluxe, but Manbear Horse Pig just barely sidestepped that, or side swam it. And I just realized this guy is 5 different animals. He's a man, a bear, a horse, a pig, and also a fish. Playing Nami.
Sushi. And now I want to have some sushi to eat.
Yes, sushi. Every time there's a Nami in the game effect, you always go back to the sushi. Are you just hungry? Do you eat dinner
Yes.
before we cast?
Sometimes.
You should go get yourself some dinner. I'll handle the rest of the game. Go buy some sushi, come back, and focus up. Because this is some serious League of Legends, serious business that we've got in our hands here, my friend. I can't have you distracted.
If it's serious enough, we'll delay my dinner for a little bit longer.
Seriously though, eat nutritious. Sushi's good for you, provided you get the right kind. Really though, I wasn't planning to do a PSA tonight. I was planning more to talk about exciting League of Legends, but since we've got a top lane on our hands, don't really have any exciting League of Legends to get into. Shade thrown all over this lane. Something that is interesting though, even if it's not exciting per se, is the discrepancy in this jungle though. I mentioned it earlier, I wanted to go into it before we had some action. There's been hard farming done by Vile, who's now at more than double Odin's Raven CS count. Jungle CS counts are a little bit sort of dishonest nowadays because of the Krugs and the Raptors both having tons of little mini minions. But that much of a difference, you can't account for it just for Krugs and Raptors' little mini monsters.
That's still a pretty significant difference.
Yeah. Now, admittedly, there are 3 kills in Odin's pockets, and as we look at the gold totals, you see there's only about 300 more gold for Vile, but that basically means that Vile has made up the difference of those 3 kills and then accounted even for 1 more after that, which just shows you the power of farm. It's pretty crazy.
Absolutely. It's certainly the most reliable way to get gold, maybe not the most snowbally.
And that's not to say that Vile hasn't had an impact either. He's got those 2 assists under his belt, and both of them were pretty impactful ones too, not just like tossing an auto attack here or there. Kalai coming to the top lane though, as Z is getting some assistance on this attempted gank on a Rafts. I say attempted because it may be a little bit hard to finish off the Nautilus. The anchor toss pulls him away to another wall. Z is just waiting on that Shadow Dash cooldown, though, and it looks like Rafts will be falling. A lot of resources committed to the top lane, though, means that some damage will be done to the mid lane turret, and perhaps even all the damage will be done, as it's nearly gone down. A nice stun on Odin's Raven. There's the repel away from Vile. Over-committing for the turret, though. He doesn't even get that, as now Shurima's being hunted down. I don't know if they can claim the kill here, though.
No, I believe he has saved Z using his ultimate to get in out of that fight and able to use the Shadow Dash to lock Vile down.
And that sets up very nicely for a dragon coming up in just 4 or 5 seconds now. Will be another Air Drake, which is kind of unfortunate. But if there's any team that's going to make use of multiple Air Drakes, it is a team with the Karma and their Hack Room.
Draven's probably not complaining too much since it does make his Rampage all the stronger.
And it's even rather nice for Inamobility to carry like a Varus. Having that extra mobility is pretty dang useful when you're trying to avoid anchor tosses and scatters the weaks. I don't know how you would pluralize that particular ability name. Scatterings of the weak. There we go. That sounds like some sort of strange talk show, though. Hello and welcome to Scattering of the Week. This week, we'll be going into how to one-shot the enemy AD carry. Press R. Okay, episode done.
Nice and simple. That way everyone likes it.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not that much more to it, as Shurima demonstrates with a very nice visual aid for us. It wasn't an AD carry that he pressed R on, but it certainly worked out.
Thank you for facilitating that.
It's like we had a graphic for our show there, for the Syndra show, and that's kind of what it's becoming. It's a 4-1 Syndra for Rose Noir. It's their whole basket is tied up in that champion. All of the eggs are put into that Syndra basket. You know, maybe that's not the best strategy, but it seems to be paying off for them, at least at the moment. Pardon me.
They did a little more damage onto that top turret, but Chalad was there to save the day, forcing Vile's flash for him to escape. And it looks like Rift Herald is going to go ignored this game. Poor Rift Herald just can't get any friends.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like Rift Herald does need another short rework. Perhaps this is the direction that Riot wanted it to go in, though. Like a buff that is taken irregularly, a buff that only comes into play under certain circumstances and isn't something that takes front and center stage in every game, because for a long time there wasn't anything there. So it really is still a good change for whichever team can grab it, as opposed to the previous state before Rift Herald, which was just an empty circle in the river.
A thing that was there but wasn't there.
You're getting too deep for me there, Effect. Getting poetic.
Raft's gonna go ahead and clear out some of that vision and continue to steadily push in on that top side. We're actually seeing Z's actually rotated to the bottom side, curiously enough. Positioning to let his team kind of pressure Baron.
Yeah, it makes some sense. He does have the advantage of mobility at the moment, to some degree. I mean, Rafts can, of course, teleport as well, but I guess Z can do it twice, which has its advantages, for sure. Able to ulti into the fight and then teleport back to a lane if necessary. And really, we just hit something of a quiet moment on the map here, as Rose Noir maneuver around the arguably stronger pieces of Fusion. If we look at the individual gold, there's quite a big discrepancy between the mid laners, the junglers, and to some degree the top laners here as well. So it's really this top side of the map that is very, very strong for Rose Noir. And as you can see, that's why they're playing up here. You know, they're getting deep vision wherever they can. They're shoving up the mid lane, and they're trying to just maneuver their powerhouse champions into a position where they can be used more easily. Shurima, Vile, even Rafts to some degree.
They're definitely playing cautiously, because of course this is a best of one, so they only get one chance to get into the finals.
Yeah. And those finals are worth getting into. We have a monthly buy-in tournament for those of you unfamiliar here with the way that Reverie works. Oh no. Scatter the weak, not landing on the grab. Oh well, Shurima still gets it. And that monthly buy-in tournament usually has an entry fee, which helps to pay for the prize at the end. However, whoever wins our open weekly tournaments gets to have free entry into the monthly buy-in, so there is certainly a prize at the end of the tunnel for whichever team makes it through the finals. However, also, whichever team makes it through here is going to have to face off against something of a powerhouse in the form of Life for Ire, who just dominated our last semifinal.
A relatively new team that just kind of came out of nowhere and has done so well in pretty much almost every game we've seen them in since I've seen them started playing here.
And it's a scary opponent to have to face, but of course you do want to get into the finals one way or another. Second place is better than third, is better than fourth. Numerical systems and all that. Let's get back to the game at hand here, though, however. One thing I would like to hit on is that we've reached a few pretty potent item spikes for both teams, actually. Holy is starting to come out of his mid-lane trough, mid-game trough, rather, with 2 core items completed. Once he gets another half item or so, Caitlyn comes back online after shutting down for a little bit. And meanwhile, Deluxe is actually working on an interesting item choice in the form of what appears to be a Runons. I personally like more AD-focused Varus builds, but I can understand the choice. It'll spread his passive across more members of the enemy team, if that is the direction he's going. Still, potentially a lot of other items as well. The Zeal and Double Dagger.
It does enable his Blighted Quiver to
hit
more targets, but it's not a very common way to build Varus.
Yeah, I mean, attack speed is a controversial stat on Varus, as it does give you the Blighted Quiver stacks much more quickly. But a lot of Varus players will tell you that if you're in range to be stacking up Blighted Quiver, you're a little too close sometimes. However, we've got that point to get back to later, as down in the bottom lane, Rafts is ignoring the enemies.
Oh, something almost exciting happened and they realized their error.
The junglers show up to simply witness what it is when 2 top laners battle. And Dragon, though, is back. And guess who it is? It's your friendly neighborhood Cloud Drake for the 3rd time.
Odin Dragon's lamenting him not being able to take it. Giving us the super fast tech room. Ooh. He's got a rate not quite landing on Deluxe there.
A little bit of movement speed to help match those 2 Drakes that have been taken by the opposition, as Rose Noir quietly come back into this match and actually overtake in terms of gold lead and turrets, and not quite yet dragons, but they're working on it.
Certainly making progress. They've slowed down pretty significantly since the start of the game, which actually had quite a bit of action.
That is so interesting.
It's rather unusual. I'm very curious to see where the rest of his build's going to go.
I mean, we can say unusual, but it's kind of hard to say that something's unusual for Varus anyways, who's starting
unusual
to
in terms of what's usually picked, I would say. It's not. It fits one of his abilities, so I'm not saying it's like the worst ever. It's not like he's building a Death Cap or something.
Yeah, it's not the Legolas Varus that we saw of old, back when Varus used to be played quite a bit. And it's why you're seeing these piercing arrows not doing the sort of massive burst damage that you'd sometimes see from previous Varus picks. However, in teamfights, it may very well allow Deluxe to actually output quite a bit more damage across the enemy team. So it's an item choice that is arguably more ideal for teamfights, at least for teamfights that break out without much opportunity for poke beforehand.
Probably for higher sustained damage, especially because of the more Blighted Quivers on more targets kind of deal.
Yeah. And so this 80 carry build choice in particular shows that Fusion wants to fight, but they haven't over the past 8-10 minutes, and it's starting to get to the point where they've got to pick a fight soon or they're going to get outscaled.
I think they're afraid, I think, of one bad team fight, which is something sometimes you got to take the risk.
Yeah, they are kind of on the edge at the moment of falling a little bit far out of this match, but they're going to lose yet another turret in the bottom lane, and they're being tipped over that edge slowly. Odin's Raven cleaning out a pink ward there, as Vile is hiding quite sneakily in the jungle. Actually gets some great burst damage down. Some very good burst damage down, and Holy finishes the kill.
Odin's Raven is just not able to survive that little ambush.
That's a jungler down. rotate towards the top side, it seems, as that turret is already worked away at a little bit.
And Raps was steadily poking away at it for quite a while.
Flash forward from Man Bear Horse Pig. The redemption dropped as well to keep Chile alive, and we've got a full-on team fight on our hands. Deluxe going to be burning the heal and Flash to get away from the Syndra. Meanwhile, Shurima does fall, overextending for that kill that he was really hoping to grab. A flash forward from Rafts, who's just going to absolutely murder Deluxe. And as I was saying, the Varus is going to spend all of his time in these team fights just kiting away from tanks and assassins and mages and not really getting a lot of work done. Turret goes down as a 1-for-1 trade, but that may not be the end. Here comes Odin's Raven. He does get Aqua prisoned. Holy gets a bit of peel from his team. The exhaust dropped onto Z is going to keep him at bay, and Holy has some much better luck kiting back from the enemy tanks as compared to Deluxe's Varus. A dash away from Z is going to be the disengagement bell that strikes and closes out the fight.
Well, we did see... Oh man.
A horse impression.
I've forgotten the name.
Well done.
I've forgotten the name of the other team.
What are you searching for here? Maybe I can help.
The Red Side's team name.
Oh no. That's embarrassing.
They're relatively new. That's
Transfusion. Fusion.
That's it.
I've been calling them Fusion
Right.
because that is the tag that they've been going by in game, but the full name is Transfusion, and they are facing off against Rose Noir here.
They're the ones who picked that fight, and they just couldn't quite get it. Charlie was trying to get close enough to deal damage, but Ross completely ignored Odin's Raven after snaring him, and just started walking towards him, making sure he couldn't get any closer.
In attempted engagement here into Shurima, Big Mama nearly goes down. Big Mama does go down. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Fusion claim something of a advantage for themselves. Not really. There's not much that can be done with that, especially with Baron having just gone over to the side of Rose Noir, who are now
Holy
pretty
and
solidly.
Val there.
Yep. Pretty solidly in the driver's seat of this match. They were scaling up quietly and slowly over the last few minutes, and a explosive few team fights pushed them over the edge. That, I think, is what Fusion was so afraid of, but in the end, I think they just waited too long. They could have pulled that trigger earlier and had at least a higher chance for success, I think.
Absolutely. See, Ras has picked up the Zrock portal, so he is going to be able to put even more pressure onto the sidelines. And he's so durable that even if he gets ganked, I think he can just stall out forever.
Yeah. And we saw that he's even doing enough damage to be a threat to Deluxe, admittedly after Deluxe had already had to flash and heal just because of Shurima, but this is why you don't see these immobility carries as often. Why we're in a Caitlyn meta, really, because Deluxe almost had no impact on that fight, and Shurima and Rafts were both able to just pretty much shut him out of it entirely.
He has picked up another BF sword, so he is going to be hitting a little harder.
Yeah.
But I still don't see him doing much to Rafts, because Rafts is just this tanky wall.
I think that's the solution for him, is to try and avoid, as a team fights for Fusion, and allow Deluxe to get some poke damage down beforehand. Allow Deluxe to maybe snipe somebody out, but I think we're too far gone at this point for that to be a viable strategy.
What is Odin's Raven doing?
What is Odin's Raven doing? He's basing the enemy jungle. He is far, far away from all of the action as the turret crumbles to bits.
He's like, I am going to take this wolf camp and show them who's boss.
Then they'll know I mean business when their wolf camp is missing. I don't know how they'll get by. Well, they'll get by with another turret take, the 5th of the game, facing off against Fusion's singular kill in that department. And this game felt pretty darn even, actually, for the first few minutes. I think I said that not anything was gotten without something being given by the other side, and then we just saw
a very slow, gradual thing where
it was a case of
Zora's just slowly kind of edging them out here.
It was a case of a game played far too lukewarm by the side of Fusion. They didn't make any decisions for 10 minutes, and that dearly cost them.
Absolutely. We can see that Shurima now having... Oh, Draven wants to take care of that drop portal.
He actually tosses it out of the bush with a devastating charge. That's
I did not know you could do that.
That's pretty cool. I wonder if Syndra can throw that thing around.
I mean, if you could push it back with the knockback, probably.
Maybe?
That would make sense.
It's weird. It's an edge case. I'm sure there's a lot of SpaghettiOs involved, given that it is Riot. But it's interesting nonetheless. I wonder how far you could like move a ZZ Rot. Or if the minions would still like try and ascribe to the same lane where they were initially spawned in. Like if you were able to move it down to bottom lane, would the minions try and go all the way back up to top to keep attacking that lane? It's strange, and I'm sure there's a lot of edge cases, but it's not really the focus of this match, however distracting it may be. What is the focus of this match, however, is just the slow and gradual defeat of Fusion as Rose Noir scale even harder into this game. Holy is wholly outside of his trough. He's hit late game Caitlyn. He's going to start piling on the damage. And I think Deluxe is building flat AD way too late.
He has the Last Sister, which is going to help him against Rafts, but I don't think it's going to be that relevant because he still has to worry about Shurima and Vile just jumping on him and eating his face. Mm-hmm. He gets caught by a single CC ability and he'll very likely just die.
And on top of that, I said that we've been focusing on Deluxe and on Deluxe's build and on even Deluxe's play in these team fights because Chile has been something of a non-factor this game. He was really shut out in the laning phase, and so Shurima doesn't really have anyone to focus but this Varus. In fact, the entirety of Rose Noir doesn't really have anyone to focus but this Varus, and that's what makes his life so very rough. If Chile were more of a force in these fights, if Chile had more than just 2 items in his passive built up, then maybe not so much onus would be on Deluxe to carry, but really he has almost the full responsibility at the moment.
Chile also going for the Lichbane, which is, it can fit into this kit, it's just a little unusual.
It works really rather nicely with the power transfer, that's for sure. Synergizes with the enhanced auto attack there, but it is an odd choice to some degree. At least for a lot of mid laners who just feel it isn't very efficient stat-wise.
Probably would have preferred to see a little more flat AP myself in this early stages of the game, but he's the one playing.
that. I can just picture you like, picking out items from a shelf or something in a store and going like, I prefer a little more flat AP myself, and putting the Lichbane back, like some sort of very astute browser of a shop's wares. And this isn't quite
item connoisseur.
I don't think this rod is needlessly large enough. Let's put that one back. Maybe instead we'll go for a Sheen. I've always liked to have empowered auto attacks. Oh man, that's quite an image. I'm not even sure if that's even an image that can be pictured very easily. But strange and strained metaphors aside, we've got a quiet game in our hands still. Maybe though, with the spawning of this Baron in just a few seconds, it'll get a lot louder.
Fusion is, I'm thinking they're just desperately searching for a way to get out of this hole they're in.
It is a pretty deep hole. It is a very, very deep hole. It doesn't really look it though. It's only a 9-7 lead, but the towers are so much more telling. 5-1, and indeed even vision control, which is valiantly being fought for at the moment by Fusion, is something that overall Rose Noir has just had more of a solid grasp on this game. So,
and if Raps and Z are going at it and a team fight starts, Z will not be able to get away with a teleport or his ultimate.
Yeah, a good point to hit. Because, my God, do they even hurt each other? Do the health bars even move?
It doesn't look like it.
It really does not at all. That ZZ Route portal not long for the world though.
Raps clearly needs to pick up a Landry's Torment so he starts doing some health damage.
I don't know if that's quite the correct call, but sure, maybe.
Probably not.
Maybe.
It's probably a terrible item choice. It would help him win the 1v1, but that's not the point of Nautilus in the first place.
As a play-by-play caster though, this game is painful for me because I just want to see Fusion try something. It's sort of the opposite of the problem that we saw last semifinal where Skycore, was it? I'm probably saying the name wrong.
Syncor.
Syncor, they attempted some really quite ballsy fights towards the end, but they at least attempted things even though they were behind, and now they're just it's a gradual decline. And it's a decline just as surely though.
Absolutely.
And as the game wears on, they're going to be choked more and more out of opportunities. They scale decently well, don't get me wrong. Victor does quite well in the end game, and Varus, provided we see Deluxe build more flat AD, is going to be chunking people with arrows. But I feel like Caitlyn and Syndra just outdo them by enough that they can't just wait for the end game.
Oh, Draven just slowly eating some cupcakes. Horses and cupcakes, as usual.
Please don't let that become a thing here. Not excited about the horses and cupcakes meme. Yeah, Baron is eventually going to be started by one of these teams, and eventually we're going to have to see a team fight break out on top of it, but 40 minutes into the match, neither team really wants to pull the trigger. And you know, I can make the same sort of criticism about Rose Noir that I've been making about Fusion, to a lesser extent, because they have gone for a few team fights themselves. But they're still just kind of waiting. They're stalling it out. Neither side has, it seems, any idea what the next move should be.
Yeah, it seems they're both waiting for the other team to make an error of some kind. We're actually seeing that Z has decided that he's going to build a Tiamat, so likely going to be building into a Titanic Hydra, which will give them even more wave clear.
Yeah. Not I think, an unwise move. Does mean that he's a little bit less tanky, and so actually might not be able to handle the 1v1 with Rafts quite as well. It turns out the best way to win a 1v1 between two tanks is to be the tankier one. But Rafts is not even, like, recognizing that Z exists this time. He's walking around the corner to go take the ZZ route.
I think they both decided that, well, we can't hurt each other, so we might as well just ignore each other. They're indeed ignoring each other and clearing out minion waves.
Skill shots flying all over the place, but not really very many connecting up there in the little slope leading to Baron. And it really is just a matter of who can get the engage off first. As the shove continues down the mid lane, a good amount of damage actually in the man bear. And this is somewhat good for Fusion, because Deluxe does now have some more flat AD under his belt, and if you can just land a few more piercing arrows, one landing on a Holy there, then that could set them up for a nice team fight. So maybe this stalling style will work now that Varus is starting to come online. It's just, Varus should have been starting to come online like 10, 15 minutes ago.
It's worth noting that without Rafts there's not much of a front line for Rose Noir.
Big Mama looks
that could be the crucial weakness that makes them lose this game, possibly. Because Violet is their only other front line, and he is not as tanky as Rafts is by any degree.
And just to remind folks, it is Rose Noir on blue facing off against Fusion on red, and Fusion Reborn, I think is the full name, on red.
Transfusion?
No, sorry. I just combined two team names there. Syncor Reborn was our last team, and we are having, what was it again? Fusion...
Transfusion. Let's say Transfusion.
Yeah, Transfusion on the red side. Apologies that it's not up on your screen, but the overlay has not been cooperating with me today, as I was not aware that I was going to be handling the streaming, so I didn't have it fully set up. A few emergencies early on led to me having to handle it myself.
Shakes fist angrily at Comcast.
Whoever it is to blame, though, I'm sure we'll be just fine. Just wanted to remind everybody which team was which as we approach the 42-minute mark, and there's really not that much else for me to talk about, actually. We've kind of hit on the fact that this game has been incredibly, decidedly passive. I don't think there's been a kill for 15 minutes as these teams just continue to feel each other out. It's the first real Baron attempt, though, and there's no vision. There's no vision on this for Fusion. This is going down. In style, true to this game. No, Odin's Raven is coming over the wall. I was about to say the Baron goes down without so much as a buy or leave, but there are plenty of buys leaving at the moment. I'm not really sure what that phrase means. Shurima finds himself a kill, finished off, in fact, by the Nautilus. It's 2 kills now going over to Rose Noir, who are devastating this fight. Z dashing to the back line, trying to finish off the low health Syndra, but he's got no support from the rest of his team. And this is disaster for the side of Fusion Trance. Transfusion.
A crucial error by Transfusion, not having any vision on that Baron. I think that was the final nail in the coffin.
I just realized that Transfusion is wordplay. It's transfusion. Like, you get it? I get it. It's pretty good. They should play Vladimir. But they're not going to be playing much of anything because it looks like that may be the death knell for this game. And the shove up on the top lane with Baron enhanced minions 5 strong, with a Caitlyn no less, is going to be very hard to hold off.
Yeah, we still have 3 dead. The 2 will be coming up very shortly.
There was some attempted fancy flashy plays from Vile. He tossed the cocoon and tried to flash while the animation was buffering, so that the cocoon would fly out from his new location after flashing, but didn't quite hit the buttons quickly enough in succession, unfortunately.
We're seeing a full back by Rose Noir, and they're quickly trying to get to that Elder Drake.
Yeah, that is kind of the last gasp that they can go for. If Rose Noir managed to grab the Elder Drake, they could be back on relatively even footing. And they can stall out the inhibitor. But it seems like there's been a very solid read on that by Rose Noir. I mean, it's a pretty obvious sort of desperation strat. And Rose Noir are going to be pulling up by the Elder Dragon themselves, potentially shutting out the bottom lane while doing so.
Yeah. Well, they have Baron. They may just ignore Elder Drake and push up to that bottom inhibitor while Z is trying to deal with those top lane minions.
There's no real reason to risk taking it themselves. They just have to prevent Transfusion from grabbing it and stalling out the game longer with it. There's the engage onto the Victor. Chile still not exactly the powerhouse for his team. He actually turns back around with a nicely placed Chaos Storm, but Vile's going to claim the kill on Z, who was left high and dry by the rest of the team. Odin's Raven coming into the fight is swiftly going to rethink that decision and back out. And now brute force. Rose Noir moves forward and takes down an inhibitor turret, and soon to follow an inhibitor.
And now they're in position to easily just back off or take a Nexus turret with one dead.
There's little reason for them to back off, with Wrath's still titanic in terms of health and size, I suppose. There's Odin's Raven rushing to the side, but he only manages to land the Fear on 1. All the while, that Nexus turret is being battered away at, and Raven is going to fall. There's a hook onto Deluxe as well. This is the core of the team comp, the core of the fight for Transfusion, taken out in less than a second. And that's GG, almost certainly. Chile claims a kill. Vile is exhausted. Meanwhile, though, TF is bringing that turret down bit by bit. And now that Caitlyn Gunn is focused on the Nexus, there's only a few moments left in the match.
And only Z and Big Mama are up, and I don't think they can stop Holy. There it is, man. That is going to be Rose Noir moving on to the finals to face off against Life for Ire.
And speaking of the finals, we're going to be getting into those as soon as possible. It will be Rose Noir, as you said, facing off against Life for Ire, and it will be likely a pretty hard-fought game. Probably a little bit, I'd imagine, more explosive than that last match, as Life for Ire don't seem to be the kind of team to wait out a 45-minute match until a Baron fight goes down, but who knows, maybe we're in for another 45 to 50-minute slugfest. One way or the other, though, we need a few minutes before we can get into the match, so give us just a little bit to get the lobby together. My name is Octavian. I am joined here by EffectFX. You're watching Reverie Esports, and we are going to be right back. Alrighty then, everybody. Welcome back for the first game of our finals of our Reverie Esports Open number 79, I believe. We're getting pretty far up there. My name is Octavian. I am joined here by the illustrious, indubitable, irreverent Effect FX, who's going to be doing color commentary for me tonight. And I'm going to continue to throw multi-syllable words at him in the hopes that I can confuse him and make him look bad so that I look better. That's the whole strategy of being a good caster, folks. Sabotage
That's so cruel.
your assistants.
It makes me sad.
It is the finals, though, the first of our best of three tonight, and it's going to be Life for Ire, who I hope I pronounce correctly at this point, as they've been returning a few times to our opens, facing off against Rose Noir, a bit of a force in the amateur scene.
And we do see that Life for Ire has been making a bit of a name for themselves, at least at Reverie, and so I have seen them more frequently than Rose Noir recently, so I am a little biased, but let's see what they can do.
It's the instant Malzahar lock-in. Possibly for control. We've seen him play that pick in the past, but
Central
also,
does have quite the champion pool.
Yeah. Also, though, we have seen some support Malzahar floating about the place, so I don't want to ascribe it to a particular lane yet. Though, I'd say 90% of the time that's going to be going mid, given that control likes that champion to begin with. We saw some decent success from Hecarim last time around. It was actually not Vile who was playing it. He was playing up against it, but I still like the pick overall, and Holy going back to the Caitlyn, just pretty safe pick overall.
Absolutely. Nothing unusual about that. Holy showing that he can play the Caitlyn, even though he was kind of getting pushed back pretty hard in the beginning of that last game. But he made a very nice recovery and was able to just DPS it out pretty easily.
Something I would like to hit on is, once again, we're seeing a lot of focus towards the mid lane, as we've been seeing this whole night, really. In terms of bans, at the very least, with Syndra, Ziggs, and LeBlanc all taken out of the picture. So, aside from that, though, it has been pretty varied. 2 jungle bans going up against Vile, which, again, makes some sense. Vile was kind of a centerpiece of Rose Noir's victory last time around. It was really Vile and Shurima who pulled that game through into a very elongated end game, but they made it in the end. 46 minutes in, and now here we are at the finals, and they've got a giant to take down as they start off this first match hopefully strong.
Tranquil Flames making a return to the Lee Sin. We didn't get to comment on it too much because of the technical difficulties in that last game, but Tranquil Flames is actually quite impactful against the enemy team, Syncor Reborn's Hecarim themselves, stealing jungle camps and putting lots of pressure out.
Yeah,
to see if he can make a return to that kind of style.
A good Lee Sin player is really never going to be irrelevant. I don't really care how many nerfs Riot wants to throw his way. Lee Sin with that kit is just always going to be good in whatever meta we have, provided, of course, the player behind it has enough skill. It would take an entire rework and gutting of the champion. They would never do that, Mordekaiser. Sorry, what? Did I say a champion name? No, they would never do that. Still a little salty. Still a little bit salty. I loved that champion, but I guess no one else really did. Ash, though, is picked up for Tranimal, who did have his Caitlyn taken away from him, so I think going to the Ash makes a lot of sense. It can keep up in range in the lane. It's got utility for later on. Gonna be a little scary playing in a mobile AD carry until Leona and Hecarim, though. Do I still have you on the mic here, Effect?
Yes, you do. I've been hitting the wrong push to talk key.
I was wondering why I didn't garner any laughs with my Mordekaiser joke, because Mordekaiser really just is a joke. There we go.
I did.
That's why I do it.
I did enjoy it, and I was saying some responses to it, and then I
believe you.
You couldn't hear me.
Oh man, Darius wasn't banned. Bloodbath and Beyond is.
They have ignored the top lane, leaving open Bloodbath and Beyond's bread and butter character Darius open. So I'm very curious to see what they do to deal with that.
He made quite a debut in open number 77, 78, a pretty recent one since we are in 79 right now. On that champion, and he's going to be locking it in. As well as that, though, Control is going to quite an old hound in the form of Twisted Fate.
Definitely going to take the central lane to a new level.
I don't know about that one. It was just good. It was a good attempt. Come back to me when you've got some better material, though.
Shurima getting highlighting the Yasuo, which would
Possibly.
be.
I don't know.
I think
I was hoping.
not a bad pick against the Twisted Fate because you can put on lots of pressure and the Moonwall can block the gold cards.
I would actually. Yeah, Yasuo's not bad into the matchup. That's for sure. He's a little vulnerable to early ganks though, which is why I'm somewhat wary of this pick because, as you said, Tranquil Flames had quite a good effect. And by the way, that Twisted Fate pick means that it will
Actually,
be
that
the
is
support Malzahar. So we're in the
support
world of the
Malzahar.
10%. Because I said it was a 90% certainty that Malzahar was going mid, but we're in the 10% as Wilbur will be grabbing support Mouse. And I'm a little worried for the Yasuo pick, not because of the Twisted Fate, but because of the Lee Sin. It's going to be really hard for him to avoid getting camped early should Tranquil Flames want to camp him early, which maybe he'll do.
I could see maybe an early gank on the top side to help get Bloodbath and Beyond rolling. Because when he gets rolling, he becomes this just unstoppable force, especially on these kind of characters he likes to pick, like Olaf, Darius, and Lowy.
Well,
And with one kill, I think they could just ignore him pretty much.
we have got some interesting picks on our hands for sure. We will have a few more minutes, however, to get through before we get into the actual game because of the spectator delay. So give us those few minutes, folks, and we will be right back to join y'all once we get onto the Rift. Going to go to a bit of light listening and be right back.
Keep doing this, guys.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, or good night, everybody. Whatever it happens to be, wherever you happen to be. My name is Octavian, and I am joined here by the inevitable Effects, who will be effecting some wonderful effects on my co-caster star desk. I'm confusing myself now. The sabotage is coming back to bite me. And we'll be handling the color commentary for me as we get into the first game of our finals tonight for the Open number 79. We're going to be having, of course, Reverie Esports on the side of red, facing off against the Looking for Ire. No,
Life for Ire.
Life for Ire. See, the reason I want to say looking for is because in the amateur scene, when you have LF in your name, it usually stands for looking for. There are lots of teams that go by LFT, or looking for team, or there's people who have LFG in their name, looking for group, things like that. So it really throws me off because I've seen so many players in the past with that acronym standing for something else. But it is Life for Ire, which is a name that I'm still coming to grips with.
It is a reference to a video game called StarCraft, where it is a quote called My Life for Ire. It is a home planet of an alien race.
That's interesting.
They love their planet.
Do they?
Yeah.
You see, I thought it was a fantasy game. I thought it was about Dungeons and Dragons. No, it takes place in space. This is new. This is new to me. No, I'm just kidding.
It takes place in space.
I know what StarCraft is. I'm not completely game illiterate.
It has some fantasy elements, to be fair.
Vile with a highly efficient clear there. He was already pathing over to the Grump as he finished off the blue buff. That is some efficient jungling right there. Take notes, boys. As Bloodbath and Beyond tries to gain early control of this lane.
He seems to be doing a very good job zoning out Raspit, making him uncomfortable.
That is probably one of the best ways to describe laning off against a Darius who knows what he's doing. Rather uncomfortable, as Shurima's getting some great damage down into control. Even landing.
Speaking of uncomfortable.
Yeah, that was quite a lot of damage for an early trade. As Wilro chases Manbear Horsepig away. I worry a little bit for the Leona in this matchup. Malzahar is known for his ability to harass a lane out as a support, and Leona can have a hard time with that, especially before level 2. And it seems like they're doing a good job of holding Manbear back.
Well, we've talked about it, but there is Tranquil Flames joining up to mid lane.
Yeah.
Shuriman has the tap trained out. There it goes.
Yeah, and this is all about the wind wall placement should Shurima actually get ganked on, which doesn't look like you're going to see that quite yet. Because wind wall does kind of have to block out the gold card if he wants to survive. And if so, he's probably fine. But if not, Yasuo ends up being a pretty vulnerable and squishy laner, so can be a little bit difficult to handle. Though Shurima is one of the mid laners I would trust with it, at least as far as the amateur scene goes.
So Bloodbath is taking the farm focus right now. He's not putting too much pressure out. Rash doing a pretty good job of keeping up. He's only a little bit behind now.
Yeah, and really all that Raps has to do is keep up relatively well, and not give up kills. That is the most important thing in this lane matchup. He has to simply survive the lane and pretty much never die, which may be a little bit more difficult than it sounds, as Shurima dashing in under control is going to take a tower shot on the way out, actually making that trade about even.
It is North Korean Central is taking the cleanse, where Shurima has Ignite. Usually we see Shurima's just putting so much pressure on him.
Yeah, he's actually had to burn through both of his biscuits, presumably biscuits, might just have been potions. I didn't get a chance to check that. Shurima, though, as well, is sitting on a lack of sustain at the moment, and I think that might hurt him a little bit more than it will control. Tranquil Flames has already shown that he's favoring this mid lane, even if he hasn't ganked it yet.
And both junglers are kind of positioned to gank here, though.
Combo there from Bloodbath.
He's got. There's the damage proc, so now Bloodbath Beyond is super dangerous. Raps is in a bad spot.
Yeah, and Bloodbath has pretty much decisive control of this lane. He's doubling his opponent's CS at the moment, but that may all come back to bite him as Vile is coming up to the top lane for the first real gank of the game. Bloodbath, though, is trying to kite this one out, and he's trying to turn it around, as so often we see him do, but it is first blood over to Vile's Hecarim as they handle that Darius quite well.
Absolutely. Bloodbath Man may be regretting his decision to stick around instead of just running away. Raps was able to get enough health back and pop the shield from the Colossus passive.
Yeah. There was potential, actually, for Bloodbath to get away, especially with the Ghost running, but then again, it may not have been all that feasible. Might have just been a flash binding from Rafts, and then he would have died. So turning back around, he at least had a chance at getting a kill, as we've seen him do multiple times. But they handled it rather well, and they didn't give him any sort of opening to turn back around on.
Absolutely.
And to answer the question that's popping up in chat, our open tournaments do not have a cash prize at the end. However, they do allow whichever team wins free entry into our buy-in tournament, which of course does have a prize at the end that happens every month. So it saves the team money as well as giving them time to practice against some of their potential competitors, as we do have an open tournament every weekend and one buy-in a month. And again, Tranquil Flames is here in the mid lane.
If they absolutely want to play in the buy-in, of course they can pay a little bit to get a slot. And that lets them practice against the best teams our tournaments often have to offer.
Mm-hmm. It's a setup that has allowed a lot of teams that otherwise might not have been able to find a place in the amateur scene come and hang out with us, because we do have a mixture of higher level amateur teams like organizations like Rose Noir, like actually Life for Ire, which I don't think is backed by a larger organization, is just a collection of players who play very well together. And you don't often see that in the amateur scene. Usually those players get snapped up by the smaller organizations and the middling organizations, things like Rose Noir, things like Flux. There's a lot of different ones floating about the place. And to see a team come together like this.
20 or 30 small amateur teams like that.
Oh yeah. They are scattered about the place like weeds in a garden. Or, I don't know, just some flowers in a garden, let's say. Because I don't want to make the analogy to weeds, because a lot of them are actually quite wonderful warriors. But there's the dive into the turn on Shurima, or from Shurima rather, who claims a quick and easy kill.
Central may be regretting his decision to pick the Twisted Fate, because that's just not a fun matchup.
And we've seen Tranquil Flames has tried to help him out, but he's just never been able to pull the trigger. He's shown up and waited around mid lane 4 or 5 times, but he's like an indecisive guy trying to talk to his crush. He keeps walking up to that Yasuo, but he can't quite ask him out on a gank. He doesn't have it in him.
It's too intimidating.
Oh man, no, there's some fanfic I really don't want to see written. Not at all.
You've given somebody just the worst idea ever, and they're like, oh man, that's so amazing.
Bloodbath and Beyond, though, is trying to regain control of this lane, which he lost to some degree earlier on. And it looks like he's going to try and make it up for the solo kill, but that Arcane Smash was too much for him to keep chasing through. And Raps actually claims the counter kill. This is the exact opposite way that these lanes usually go for this guy. So that's really, really bad for LFA, because they often rely on their top lane to have an impact. And Tranquil Flames can't handle this 1v1, I don't think. Dragon's Rage comes through, there's the follow-up, but he just, as I said, can't handle it. Thankfully for him, Raps was out of mana, but Tranquil Flames overestimates his ability to take that 1v1. Control losing his flash in the mid lane as well is also not good for LFA. Still got you with me, Effect? Oh no. Oh no. I think we've lost Effect. It's okay. I'll carry the torch. I always knew this day would come. I knew it in my bones that Effect would abandon me. Abandon me to the deep, dark cold of the internet and the prying eyes of Twitch chat. But fear not, Twitch chat, for I will keep the banner going, keep the torch lit until Effect rejoins us, which hopefully will be soon, because solo casting is relatively rough, but it seems like his internet may have finally gone belly up on him. In the bottom lane, though, we do have Tranimal and Wilro shoving in, and that is one of the few bright spots for LFA, who are darkening quickly as the match goes on. Bloodbath and Beyond not coming into his usual form in the top lane, and Tranquil Flames unable to find any sort of gank on this Lee Sin early on, and in addition to that, having fallen behind pretty darn far in terms of farm. And yes, it does seem like Effect's power just cut out. Oh boy, the night is dark and full of terrors. But it's okay, we plow onwards. We plow onwards because the League of Legends will continue. And I've just got to keep talking about it. It's just what I do. Bloodbath and Beyond and Raps going into 1-for-1, and really just Raps has started to outclass this Darius at this point, but Bloodbath and Beyond is not to be so easily dissuaded, even at the loss of half of his health. That seems to be the only real result of that fight, as Raps is going to be easily able to sustain back up on the Maokai pick. And with a bit of armor built, with a bit of health to back that up, he's doing just fine now as we go into a bit of a pause. Hopefully this will give time for Effect to get his power back online. Hopefully Effect's power will be coming back online at some point tonight. If not, though, fear not. You'll always have my voice to keep you company. A short pause. Mercifully so. Those are my favorite kinds of pauses. Let's take a moment to look across the rest of the lanes here, though, as we see Control just now finishing out his first item of choice, which will be a Rod of Ages. An interesting one on Twisted Fate, but the tankiness will be quite a boon to him, I think, in the matchup against Shurima, who's been holding that lane quite firmly. Quite firmly, actually. 20 CS up or so over this Twisted Fate. And the Yasuo pick that we mentioned might not be so great. Is working out just fine for Shurima, who I think played very well, very quietly in the early game. We saw a lot of trades with Control that went in favor of Shurima and were really, really well done for him. But I don't think that's what secured the game. Or secured, not quite the game, we're only 11 minutes in, but secured the lane for him. Oh man. Part of it, of course, might be this repeat gank from Vile, but Control just about survives. It looks like it'll be the 1-for-1 trade, but Shurima flashes away and Tranquil cannot afford to keep chasing. Or maybe he can, dashing forward to the minion there. There's the Ashe Arrow coming up from bottom lane, but it will not find its mark. And an unfortunate series of events in the mid lane conspires to having another death on Control's scoreboard there. A little rough for him. And going back to my initial point about this mid lane, which is kind of just re-emphasized by that gank. Or maybe not. Maybe not going back to that. Bloodbath, I don't know if he can take this fight. Raps is rather tanky at this point. There's the Solar Flare, but Wilrow's going to be flashing out of it. And yeah, Raps can handle this 1-for-1, but he's not got the mana! Bloodbath has the ult! He turns it back around. I was wrong to ever doubt the Darius man. And there's the dash in from Manbear Horsepig, stunning up Tranimal, finishing him off with a righteous swipe of a golden sword. Shurima claiming a kill in the mid lane as well, as we have Vile coming over the wall off the back of a blast cone, and Wilro with nowhere left to run. Does he have his flash up? No. No summoners are available for this Malzahar burn in the earlier scuffle, and it will be Vile claiming another kill. As Twisted Fate ulti, the first destiny of the game, is dropped to no avail. And Bloodbath retreats from a teleportation on the top lane. My point about the mid lane may have to fade into nothingness and into the forgetful trough of memory, because we have no time to cover it seems, with action flaring up across the board.
The game will resume when I return.
Man, I love that Darius skin. Raps has no fear. None at all. And I guess he doesn't really need to. Bloodbath didn't have a lot to contest him with. Shurima has quite a lot here in the mid lane, though. There's the knock up onto Control. Waiting till the last moment to use that last breath appropriately, so I suppose. and more than happy to burn that cooldown. It is relatively short, certainly much shorter than the Destiny that we just saw Control use and get nothing really from, which is really, really rough. Twisted Fate has been a staple of the game for a very, very long time. One of the original roster that was released with League of Legends. I don't know why League of Legends wouldn't come out of my mouth there, but hey. And as such, he's seen quite a bit of play because he also fits into a lot of compositions that can use the global pressure. But the reason why you don't see a lot nowadays is because there's just too many assassins. There's just too many. There's LeBlanc, there's Syndra, and that's already too many. But hey, apparently there's Yasuo's now too, and he's doing a pretty darn good job of keeping this Twisted Fate down. His weakness really is the fact that, especially post-6, his 1v1 laning prowess is not nearly as strong as a lot of other champions, because his ult doesn't do anything in 1v1. It's
I'm back!
Cross-map mobility only. We have effect! Oh boy! Good. I think my tongue was about to jump out of my mouth and run away in protest. Been talking too much.
Well, I'm here to help alleviate some of that pressure. Sorry about that. My, everything went off, and now it is not off anymore.
That is good. Thank you for the brief summary of that disaster. As up top lane, we have Bloodbath and Rafts going at it. I don't know if you were still able to see some of the stream or not, but Bloodbath was able to claim a kill back for himself. However, he may not have as much luck with Vile dashing in to help Rafts out. Bloodbath, this is not one of the 2v1s he's able to turn around.
He is lacking some of that early damage we usually see him having. He usually has a Black Cleaver at this point, but now he's still only on the Phage, and that's really hurting his damage output a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And that's the nature of these snowball champions when they don't get rolling. It's a good demonstration, really, of that, because almost every game that we've seen Bloodbath in, he's been able to make a Bloodbath happen. And so you might think that something like an Alawi or a Darius or I think it was Olaf was one of the ones that he picked. Oh, there's the cross-map pressure. Control coming in. They're trying to save this turret. Vile has the turret aggro, but the gold card doesn't stun him up long enough. And Control just doesn't have any damage at this point. Rafts is able to almost ignore him. Meanwhile, though, Dragon was taken on the other side, and they did manage to stop the turret going down, so arguably still a good result there.
Oh.
There's the gold card. Rafts gets almost bursted. He flashes trying to turn it around, but Control only needed one more auto, and he found it.
Oh, Central finding a kill. That's going to give him a little more extra gold, which he desperately needs. He's gone for the Roa route to try and not die to Shurima, but it does hurt his DPS a bit.
And it doesn't hurt it as much once we get into the later game when Roa has had some time to scale. And honestly, he didn't get it at a bad time. I think he finished it off at like 9.5, 10 minutes. So actually, we can just extrapolate backwards. He finished it off at 11 minutes, maybe 10, because it has 5 stacks. It gains 1 a minute. So that's not terrible timing on the Roa. It's still going to be a relatively valuable item. Bloodbath, though, turning back around onto Shurima. Getting some good damage down. He's looking for that 5th stack. There's the attempt at the ulti, but Shurima gets the reset on his shield. Still, though, going to burn away as the passive stacks do their work. Manbear Horsepig diving into what he didn't know was a 3v2. He's going to pay the ultimate price on the way out. Perhaps no, the volley doesn't land, but a flash forward, and Tranquil claims the kill. Now Holy is left high and dry, but Tranquil Flames doesn't want to continue the dive. Or maybe he does. He's being indecisive. There's the Q. Oh boy, Lee Syndrome potentially getting him killed.
Holy had a very, very good trap place there, but oh no, Tranquil!
No, that's a turret. Oh, but now he's caught between the turret and a Maokai. He gives Holy the kill. Actually, I think it might have been better to give Rafts the kill there.
I probably would have given it to Rafts. I was thinking,
but it would have been more gold overall.
He had enough time.
It would have been more gold overall because it would have been a kill and an assist. So, I don't know. It's a really minor point. It's probably not going to come up as being all that important. But it's an interesting one to think about. I mean, you don't get into that situation very often, so it's an interesting thought experiment one way or another.
Well, it is worth noting now that Bloodbath Man has that Black Cleaver, so he can finally start doing some real damage to Rafts.
I worry that it's a little too late, though.
It might be too late? Yeah, that's true.
Admittedly, it's still decent timing on it. Like, an 18-minute Black Cleaver isn't that bad, but it's not snowbally. You know, it's not the kind of lead that Bloodbath may be used to playing with, so he's not going to be able to do his usual shenanigans. Especially considering how weak the rest of the map has kind of become here, particularly mid lane, which is hurting really, really badly. And Bloodbath is showing up for a little bit of that pain.
Did some decent damage to Shurima there, but it was 4v1 essentially, with Central being forced to back off.
And shove down the mid lane is going to result in a turret here from the side of Rose Noir, who are pushing their lead quite well. A few thousand gold up, but I would still say that it's not decisive enough for them to get complacent. Doesn't really look like they're getting complacent, though. And they've got a composition that can avoid that complacency with a Leona and a Hecarim, that's for sure.
Absolutely. If they need to still be wary of...
Tranimal, no. It was a trap.
Oh my.
Those minions were not for you. Wilro, though, might... No, not going to be saving his life. Holy Sith with an auto attack. Wilro now is going to be giving up his own life as well for his attempt to save his AD carry. Control, though, landing the gold card as Raps dives further, and this might be the opening that Bloodbath needs to come back into this game. It's a double kill for the Darius.
Yeah. If they're not careful, he can very easily get back because of the snowballing nature of that ultimate.
Yeah. A little bit, potentially a little bit of an overextension. I think maybe just killing the Ashe and getting out might have been the right call there, but that lone Malzahar support was just too juicy a target. It's going to actually open up the Rift Herald.
I'm not sure they have enough time to kill it.
I think they do. There's not really very many people around to stop them. Oh, for sure.
Just 5 seconds.
Oh yeah, there's the Baron around to stop them. I hadn't even noticed. Oh no! I thought you were talking about a potential like stop from the other team, not from Baron showing up. I wasn't even paying attention to the clock.
It referred to the literal time, not enough.
The third team on the Rift, Team Baron. A very potent team. Take him on too early and he will crush you. Control will be donated to
what a thief Baron is.
Stealing away that Rift Herald. It's not a terribly important buff though, to be fair. It's just kind of nice little side bonus.
It's definitely a nice bonus and something I imagine Bloodbath would have appreciated.
We return to a little bit of silence on the Rift here though. And that silence may be broken relatively soon though, as Vision Wars start up near the top side, and it looks like Rose Noir really want this outer turret.
You can see Vile kind of hanging around, looking for an opportunity to flank here, but Tranquil Flames is going to meet up with him possibly.
There's the Ashe Arrow, landing onto the Caitlyn's a pretty good target as Raps gets ulted there by Willrose. Holy goes dangerously low, but he does manage to kite himself backwards, and now Tranquil Flames is about to die. Bloodbath is looking for an opening into this fight, but the exhaust instantly shuts him out of it, and an ace in the hole will claim the kill. And that is a well-peeled fight indeed, particularly from Holy. After eating that Ashe ult, retreated backwards and was still pumping out damage the whole time.
Absolutely. That was also a very good place to exhaust on the Bloodbath, forcing him to not even get... Oh.
That is the key interaction in this matchup. The wind wall blocking the gold card. Shurima had it free and easy after that one.
The long-range tornado also landing to secure the kill.
Yeah, definitely a nice skill shot there, but the wind wall just sort of made it almost an inevitability that Shurima at least won the trade, even if he didn't get the kill. I think Shurima is sort of the crux of these fights now for Rose Noir, which is interesting because that 4v4 that we just saw up there where Rose Noir did so well didn't even involve their 4-in-1 Yasuo, so I'm scared of what the fights might look like for LFA once Yasuo gets involved in some of these team fights, because we've seen Yasuos in the past just absolutely destroy teams by themselves.
Definitely kind of scary, seeing that the rest of this team's actually doing pretty well as well. Raph's added a ton of health, kind of negating the effectiveness of Bloodbath and Beyond's ultimate. And Vile is also starting to go off. He's 5-0.
Mm-hmm. And sort of the quiet 5-0, the quietest 5-0 you can see. I mean, honestly, Vile has had pretty darn good impact across the map. You don't get that scoreline without that. But I wouldn't say that he's been like the driving force behind a lot of the team fights. He's had good ultis, but last team fight, Holy was putting out some good damage. And a lot of these catches have been Shurima doing the damage. And that's kind of a good thing, honestly. As a jungler with carry laners, you don't always want to be taking center stage, even if you have a 5-0 scoreline.
Well, that nice spread is going to make it extremely difficult on deciding on who needs to be focused.
Yeah, it's really the opposite problem that was had last game, where Shurima had all of the kills for the majority of the game. They've, well, it's not really the opposite problem, it's the opposite effect. It's kind of a solution, not really a problem, where their 16 kills are spread out very evenly across the board here. And is Baron a realistic objective? Potentially.
Well, we see that Shurima is very happy to kind of split push to that bottom side, put pressure, and then roam back up top.
This could be a collapse, actually, onto Tranimal and Wilro. Shurima coming in from the bottom side. Looks like they're a little bit too safe to collapse in onto, though. And this game at 24 minutes looks like the last semifinal match did at 40 minutes, which says something for the rate at which Rose Noir has been speeding it up. And I do like that. Their main weakness, I would say, last game was they were way too passive, especially moving into the area of the match where team fights were prominent and laning was no longer an issue. So to see them at least trying to get flanks, trying to get more team fight initiations is a very good thing.
Absolutely. Makes her a bit more exciting game really good as well, especially as a spectator.
Oh, for sure. But on top of that, it also, while exciting, is also the right call. You don't win the game until you do something to win the game. It's very much a platitude, but it's very much true.
They're best down versus Shurima.
Shurima is not easy prey, though.
Not at all. There's a pretty sizable level advantage as well, which is going to make things very difficult for Bloodbath and Beyond.
Especially considering that Shurima is going to be starting to build into some of the off-tank items that you occasionally see Yasuo go for, things like Frozen Mallet, and to some degree even the Phantom Dancer that he has, which are going to make it difficult for Bloodbath to burst him down, which is going to be his real defense against somebody like Yasuo, who outputs more consistent damage than he will. Asher landing on a Vile.
Could be in trouble.
That's a good engage, but Vile does get cleansed off there. He actually has a Quicksilver Sash himself, precisely for that situation, and that's okay. They make it out.
Well, that is good news for Life for Iron, though. I'm just going to make sure that Vile will not have his ultimate for a couple minutes there.
Yeah, that's actually pretty big. It means that there's no more realistic Baron pressure, so maybe we'll see Life for Ire be able to get some more vision control over the Baron pit.
Oh, and Member Horsepig also used his ultimate as well.
Yeah.
So that's two valuable initiation ultimates.
To be fair, as you can see, Leona ulti is already more than half off cooldown. It's such a low cooldown, you can actually watch the cooldown bar tick in like real time. You can see the motion of it moving. So
yeah, that's actually...
It's 3/4 off now. Like, it's such a low cooldown. Once you've got like full CDR, which Manbear Pig almost has. Manbear Horsepig, pardon me. I missed an animal.
Oh, they're trying to maybe catch Tranquil Flames there, but he does have that Dead Man's Plate, giving him a sizable movement speed boost.
And Leona ult is back. So there you go. That's not much of an opening. And honestly, to be fair, Onslaught of Shadows is going to be back as well. I think
it did give them a minor breathing window, but it
meant that there was no engage for those like 30-something seconds. But it still means that vision control is on the side of Rose Noir for this top side of the jungle, all important with Baron up. Still means that Rose Noir have the pressure in the bottom lane. As you can see Shurima exerting some of that here, actually going for the 1v1 with Bloodbath. This is rather aggressive of Shurima, but it looks like he can take the fight. There's the ulti from Bloodbath. If Shurima goes down, that is shutdown gold's pretty big. There's the Twisted Fate ulti though, Destiny giving vision of this Baron attempt. And Rose Noir is taking some decisive action here. The Ashe ulti comes through, they're turning on to Tranimal. Just a flash over the wall. Control going to be body blocking the ulti as Vile cleanses off a gold card. And we see Wilro perhaps caught out on the side. Raph's engaging under control here, doesn't even need a team. This man is a menace in and of himself. Flash over the wall from Holy. Wilro going to be turning it back around, but Vile is there to claim the kill. And after all that action, it really is just a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane and then a stray kill caught onto a support. Shows that these teams are still relatively even. I say relatively, they're at a teetering point that could fall more heavily in terms of impact, I suppose, over to Rose Noir. But Rose Noir don't have the game in hand yet.
Bloodbath Man was able to pick up the kill essentially solo, though he did have the help of the turret, 2 shots. But that's just goes to show how dangerous Shurima is. But not all hope is lost, I guess. Bloodbath now picking up that random is going to help out a lot in their little duels there.
It's very true. The flat crit reduction is absolutely great against Yasuo, almost reducing almost the entirety of his damage by just a percentage, which is really nice. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Bloodbath facing off against Shurima again, maybe even multiple times in the future, because these are sort of the two big bruisers of the two teams.
The good news for Bloodbath and Beyond is that Shurima is not going to level up too much more. He only has one more level to go.
I suppose that's good news, if you have a very optimistic way of looking at things.
Well, a 6-item enemy isn't going to get any stronger.
And to some degree, yeah, LFA do have to look at things optimistically. They are still sitting pretty far behind, about 7k gold back. Thankfully for them, actually, it's only been air drakes so far, so there's not much of a deficit there. We've had just a... What's the plural for a group of dragons?
Is it the weekend of air drakes?
Is there an official pluralized version of a group of dragons? Like a murder of crows? Is there one for dragons? A flight of dragons, maybe? There's been a flight of
a flight of dragons probably makes the most sense, but I just don't know for sure.
Yeah, we'll go with that. If it doesn't exist, then we're going to be making it up. Raph's, though, dashing in onto control here. There's the Destiny, and Raph's doesn't have anything to interrupt it anymore, actually.
Like, nope, I'm gone. Bye, guys.
Tranquil Flames, though, is going to get caught out, trying to defend his mid laner and losing his life for it. Meanwhile, we have another duel in the bottom lane. Shurima going up against that Randuin's is having a little bit more difficulty laying the damage down into Bloodbath, and actually might be in some real trouble here. There's the ulti, and the Noxian Guillotine goes full dunk for the kill.
Shurima was able to cleanse the dot off, but the passive on Darius had already procced. So it was a little too late.
Alright, this is a Baron attempt, though, by Rose Noir, despite having lost the 1v1. They still have gotten the enemy jungler off the Rift, so that's a pretty darn big advantage when taking an objective like this. There's a lot of risk involved, especially with the Darius having just gone back to base and teleported in full health. Holy, though, gets the kill into Wilro. That's some hard CC out of the picture. Tranimal is going to fall as well. A lot of damage gone. It's kind of up to Bloodbath now to clean up this fight, unless Control can find some really good wild cards positioning, but it's a double kill for the Darius, and he's on the hunt for more. No! Apprehend does not catch any further criminals. Still, though, not actually a bad showing. Pushes them off the Baron, trades about evenly in kills, and keeps the bottom lane safe for another day. This is all that they really need to do at this point. Hold out in this game and claw their way back to a more even footing.
So, Bloodbath now starting to finally come into his own. He could safely... He only had the help of one turret shot there, and I don't even think he needed it.
Shurima, though, is going to be going for the 1v1 here. Bloodbath doesn't have his ulti. Actually, no, he does. He does have it up, but... Oh my god, he almost still manages to take the fight. Shurima's melting from the passive, but he's got some minions to lifesteal off of. Good lord, that true damage chunk is absurd.
Ridiculous.
That's not a very squishy target either. That's a frozen mallet Yasuo who had a damage reduction passive. He had the Phantom Dancer, which was reducing the amount of damage that Darius was dealing to him. So
Darius is only going to get harder and harder to kill. He has the damage spike down, so it's going to be additional damage, additional ability, and additional defensiveness.
True damage is pretty good. I don't know if the damage reduction from Phantom Dancer reduces true damage, but one way or another, Baron does go down. Rose Noir claim it pretty just unconditionally there. That after so many hard-fought, bloody battles over that Baron pit, to claim it so easily is a bit strange. But they were just at a good spot in terms of the basing rotations.
For reference, I do believe. Hello.
An attempted kickback from Tranquil Flames, but it will be the flash from Holy to keep himself safe. And trading the Lisa and ulti for the enemy AD carry flash is just fun. As you can see, Holy is playing very safely, not even coming up to this turret to auto it more than once or twice.
Yep. Do see Shurima is going to continue to push that bottom side.
Yep.
Bloodbath Man was a little pushing out top. He's working his way back down in the bell.
Something of a 1-3-1 going on. Vile rejoining the team, however. And Shurima is just focused on this turret at the moment. Yeah, that's going to go down pretty easily. The Ashe ulti does land. Shurima could very well fall again here. As Bloodbath drops the ulti on his head with a big old dunk, but Vile is legendary, though. Again, let's Let's go back to talking about Vile here for a moment. 8-0-6. This Hecarim has been the unsung hero of the game. Two turrets, though, traded for just the one kill, is just fine for Rosnoir.
Absolutely.
The unsung champion of this game, I should say. Even though
It's weird because it doesn't feel like he's sticking out, but his scoreline is just so huge.
Yeah, he's played consistent good League of Legends. He's not played explosive, crazy League of Legends. He's played consistent good League of Legends, and that can at times be harder to find.
Well, they are kind of trying to get around the Dragon Pit currently. It's up in 20 seconds. We'll have to see if it's contested or not. Because it has only been air drakes again. So we'll have to see
it
what
another air drake?
I don't think it
No,
I don't think it will be. I don't think more than 3 of one drake can sell.
Oh, that's very true.
Pretty sure.
If it was another air drake, then we would have had a very special game in our hands. One that
Everyone gets movement speed.
Oh boy. It's been actually rather useful for both teams. It's made the macro play a little bit more tight. But Mountain Drake as well will have an impact on the macro play, I'm sure. As Rosnoir are pretty handily going to be able to take this one. Yep. Especially with LFA simply backing off.
Well, they're deciding that they do need to defend their base a little bit, get the minions pushed back out.
They have managed to outlast the Baron buff, though. With some casualties, they lost an inhibitor turret and a secondary turret. But it certainly could have been worse. The Baron buff is about to expire, if my timing is correct. Hopefully it is, and I'm not going to make a fool of myself.
Once again, we're looking at a Shurima versus Bloodbath and Beyond fight. Shurima 1 item away from full build, whereas Bloodbath and Beyond is still 2 items back, basically.
And
things are slow.
Yeah, it's just another few moments of quiet before one of these teams pulls the trigger on what they see as a favorable fight. Now, what's going to have to lead up to those sort of favorable fights is what makes League of Legends interesting. The vision battles, the jockeying for position on the map. And a lot of it is going to come down to this open inhibitor in the bottom lane, I think. I imagine Shurima is going to spend a little bit more quality time in that lane. Maybe Raps, actually. But there's going to be minion kills and inhibitor damage to be had, since it is such a sore spot for LFA.
Bloodbath Beyond opting for the Jerome's Fist. He still has the Spectral Cowl in his bag from earlier, when he was struggling against Raps a bit, but I don't think he really needs it anymore. He's only keeping it because it's obviously, in a sense, a big rid of it right now.
Oh man, Shurima is going to be able to hunt down this Darius if there are no other factors involved. But oh my god, the apprehend into the Crystalline Arrow. There's a combo you don't get to see every day. Sprinkle Flames, though, following it up, perhaps going a little bit too aggressive, will fall to the AD carry. And this is a team fight well and truly started. The Leona ult not quite landing, but only because there's a flash from Tranimal. Bloodbath and Beyond will be hunted down as his team has fallen around him. And their Horsepick will gladly tank up that Nexus turret for his friends. And that's a triple kill for Caitlyn.
I think this might be the first game.
This is almost certainly. This is certainly going to be game 1. I will happily say that with absolute certainty. We see Nexus turrets fall. We see an ace going over to Rosnoir. A relatively slow and at points slightly messy game, but still a good showing for game 1 as they come out 15,000 gold up over the opposition. My name is Octavian. I am joined here by Effective Effects, who's going to be helping me cast the rest of this series once we can get
Unless
into
my power goes out again.
Unless his power goes out again, which hopefully won't be the case. But one way or another, we are going to be getting into the next matches. Just give us a few moments, folks, to get the teams all sorted and ready to go, and we will be right back for you. Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to our finals here at the Reverie Esports Open number 79. My name is Octavian. I am joined by Effect FX, who's going to be providing color commentary for me tonight. And we are about to get into game number 2 here between LFA and RZB, collectively standing for Rose Noir Black, I think, or perhaps blue, I'm not sure. And I keep wanting to say looking, Life for Ire.
Yes. It was quite a decisive victory coming out of Rose Noir. They very slow and steady, were able to take it pretty convincingly. There was a bit of light at the end of the tunnel for Life for Ire, but they just couldn't quite keep up.
And they will be swapping sides this time, by the way, going into game number 2. It will be Life for Ire over on red and Rose Noir on blue, reversing the first match. And eyes will be once again towards the top lane, I think, as Bloodbath and Beyond was always just on the edge of being able to turn fights into victories for his team, but never quite able to finalize it. If Darius does make it through again, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that picked for Bloodbath. Nope. Going to be banned away. So I'm interested to see what he goes for in the top lane with that off the table.
Oh. He does have the option of picking absolutely last this time, so we'll probably see Alawi or Olaf again. It seemed to be some of his other go-to picks. They're very similar in style to Darius.
Good at punishing your opponent's mistakes, which really seems to be the playstyle he opts for. However, moving away from the top lane, which we've talked about quite a bit in this matchup, I think the mid lane is as well going to be a point of contention because Control really just had almost no impact in that last game on the Twisted Fate pick. A few times here or there, his Destiny was able to spot out a Baron attempt or get a pick, but Shurima just had so much more presence throughout pretty much the entire game. So this first pick, LeBlanc, makes a lot of sense to put emphasis on getting a good champion into that player's hands.
Absolutely. Shurima was just able to completely shut Central down the entire game. I don't think we saw a single Destiny gank except the one time he went to top lane to try and save the turret.
And that really is not how you want your Twisted Fate lane to work out. But Malzahar will be grabbed, presumably for Wilro again, and Tranquil Flames will be going to Kha'Zix. He was on Lee Sin last time around and didn't have all that much luck carrying in the early game. And he's leaning even further into the strategy, going with a Kha'Zix pick and probably looking for some early kills again.
And that is going to be put the ball back on the court of RZB. It'll be interesting to see what they pick. They already had the mid laner, obviously, so they could pick their jungler and maybe their support safely here.
Yeah, that does seem like the two easiest picks. You're just mirroring what the opposition has done. Something like a Rek'Sai would make some sense, perhaps something along the lines of, as far as
go back to Hecarim.
They could go for like a Nami or I was about to say a Zyra, but that's actually banned out here. Hecarim's still on the table as well. That could be a very valuable pick for Vile. Zac, though, good for Engage as well. And Caitlyn, one of the safest AD carries, as well as getting it out of Tranimal's hands, who's shown that he likes that pick.
And that puts the return ball back to Life for Ire. They probably need to pick their mid laner here, I'd imagine.
Possibly, especially if they want to hide that top lane pick, which, as we've mentioned, is kind of a point of contention between these two teams, with Bloodbath and Beyond being such a powerhouse for the side of LFA. They kind of need to take that counter pick since they can afford to. Ezreal would be just fine into the Caitlyn matchup. Can be a little bit rough in the early laning phase, but I think Tranimal will be able to navigate it. And a Tahm Kench support would be so very, very safe.
And they're highlighting the Thresh now, so that is going to mean that Central will be playing playing the Malzahar. No, he won't be playing Bloodbath. He'll be playing Malzahar.
No. Yes. Central will still be playing the Malzahar, but it won't be a Thresh. It'll be a Janna. I mentioned that the Tahm Kench should be incredibly safe. I think maybe the only thing potentially safer as a duo lane would be Janna Ezreal. There's very little that can engage in onto that.
I still think the Janna might be a little bit dangerous here because that is going to be a prime target for Shurima's LeBlanc.
Yes,
just come on over a wall, evaporate Janna, and just pop back over.
Yeah, and in fact, even the engagement of a Zac can be a little bit tough to deal with until you have Monsoon. though a very competently played Janna can actually interrupt the slingshot, elastic slingshot, with a well-timed tornado. So we'll have to see whether or not that comes into play, as the top lane pick is deliberated over for quite a while. I think Raph's... I don't see any problem, actually, with him going back to the Maokai here.
He showed that he was able to deal with Bloodbath's aggressive playstyle pretty easily, kind of kiting him like a bull. And with some additional jungle help, they were able to basically kind of shut him down in the early game.
Yeah, it will be the Maokai and additional tankiness in the form of a Tahm Kench support. So very safe bottom lanes from both teams, as Nautilus would be a bit of a stray from form for Bloodbath, a champion not really known for his ability to turn fights around, for his ability to win the 1v1 quite as decisively as some of the other champs we've seen him play, like Alawi, like Olaf.
This might be a response to the LeBlanc. He could be concerned about roams, and he wants to go a little more durable.
And indeed, also having that point and click CC would be rather nice, yeah. But still...
And I think that actually makes sense, because the rest of this team has no durability.
Often, though, it has come down to Bloodbath and Beyond being the linchpin for these team fights and being the damage source, which is kind of rough because, as you said, they don't have a lot of durability, so they've sort of picked themselves into a corner where they need Bloodbath on a champion you can carry with. But if they put him on a champion you can carry with, they will have a tissue paper front line. So
they're relying so heavily on Snowball here.
This is potentially a really, really rough draft if they don't get started early with the Kazakhs and the Alawi, and to some extent even the Malzahar. They could be in a very bad spot. And they've got radioactive material to handle carefully in the form of Shurima's LeBlanc. All that being said, though, we have still got a few minutes left on the spectator delay to get through before we can get into the actual match. So we're going to hop over to a quick musical break and then get into the game as soon as we can, folks. Me and Effect, we'll see you on the other side.
See you guys.
Alrighty, good evening everybody. We've got a pause on our hands getting into the first match. Looks like there's been some connection issues from one of the teams. Sadly, that may take a few moments to work out, but hopefully we'll be getting into the match very shortly. My name is Octavian, though. I am joined here by the ever-vigilant and ever-suffering FX, who is going to be helping me with a bit of color commentary tonight. We're going to be getting into the second match. There he is, right there. Say hello again. I cut you off there.
What's up, guys?
Sup, guys, indeed. More succinct, more wonderful words have never been spoken. But we are going to be getting into the second match of our best of three finals tonight here between Reverie Esports, and on the other side facing off against them is Life for Ire, a name which I'm only just now coming to grips with, which probably I should start to come to grips with more because they've been performing quite well. However, it seems they might have met their match. They are 1-0 down now against Rose Noir, and on the edge of defeat.
I gotta say, I do not like their composition. They've kind of picked themselves into a corner here. They have no front line other than Bloodbath and Beyond. And he does not... The way he plays, he's not part of team fights typically. He is split off to the side, split pushing, putting pressure on, keeping up in kills. But this is going to kind of force him to join the team more frequently. Because on the opposite side, we see Rose Noir has 3 tanks, essentially.
Yeah, Rose Noir really have picked, I'd say, a much more stable composition for themselves. I particularly am worried for the mid lane, where Shurima had a absolutely stellar performance last game. Though admittedly was given the freedom to pick into the matchup whatever he desired, and seemed to be very comfortable with the Yasuo into Twisted Fate matchup. Now though, he had the first pick as well, which you could say is about an equal advantage, and has gone with the currently very powerful pick of LeBlanc. So a little worried for control. Maybe though the Malzahar is going to be powerful enough. It does have the point and click CC. It does have spell immunity at points to break her combos. It's a pretty powerful pick into the LeBlanc for sure. But I'm still worried, nonetheless.
Absolutely. I have to see how well Central can deal with Shurima's LeBlanc play. You can imagine we'll see lots of runs coming at him, as long as he can avoid Malzahar's insane push power.
5-man spread. And you know, I actually like Tranquil Flames. This is a very minor point, but I actually like Tranquil Flames showing up in the mid lane here. Because it means that he's not spotted out on either side of the map, which means that they don't know which buff he's going to start. So instead of sending the mid laner mid, they send the jungler mid, which gives away almost no information, which is really interesting, unless they stick around long enough to see him walk in one direction or another, in which case the whole gambit is kind of kaput, if it is even a purposeful gambit.
They'll fake it. He'll walk in one direction and then go back the other.
That's sort of what he did right there. He started walking towards top, and now he's going towards the blue buff.
Hashtag called.
So yeah, I'd imagine that means that was rather purposeful from Tranquil Flames, and it's a very interesting, very small point, but that's the sort of thing that a good game of League of Legends is built on. An easy start on the blue buff here.
Both junglers starting blue there, and let's see if Life for Ire can get an early lead, because that is what they will need to win this game.
For sure. Yeah, with the Kha'Zix pick, with a Alawi as well, it's going to be kind of rough starting off without a lead if they can't manage to find some good ganks. So I imagine to get both of those picks rolling, we'll be seeing some attention towards the top lane from Tranquil Flames, which really isn't that uncommon. Bloodbath and Beyond is often the focal point for LFA. Talked a little bit about this bottom lane matchup in the pick ban as well, though. Straying away from the solo lanes for just a moment. And what I mentioned first and foremost is exactly how safe it is, and you're gonna see that playing out as we move forward. We often joke about how the top lane is one of the less boring lanes. I mean, one of the more boring lanes to watch, and directed camera seems to have a penchant for watching it. It's an invade from Tranquil Flames, stealing away a red buff there rather smoothly. And he's gonna be transitioning that into a gank in the mid lane. Shurima is a bit overextended, admittedly kind of difficult to catch. Manages to get the distortion as the silence was about to keep him from casting that. Well timed by Shurima.
That could have been a lot more dangerous if he hadn't gotten that up quicker. But still, Tranquil Flame's getting a nice chunk of damage on Shurima, forcing those potions.
Yeah, that was really, really good reaction time from Shurima to recognize the danger he was in and dash away. Starting the animation for the distortion before the silence connected. Tranquil Flames, though, is still going to get himself a 3-buff start, so that's really good for LFA's jungler. And one of the things that Kha'Zix is pretty excellent at doing, actually, with the changes to the buff camps in particular. He gets isolated damage against them now the whole time, because they no longer have the little mini minions with them.
It's definitely a significant buff for him.
Yeah, it allows him to clear them out that much more quickly, which means it's that much more safe to go for the solar invade.
Vile might be looking for a gank on the bot side. He is putting some wards onto that bottom side jungle. He's going to clear out the ground, it looks like.
The top lane is playing out very similarly to the last matchup, as Raps simply survives on the Maokai pick. Not particularly exciting, but doing a fine job of it. And we've got a relatively slow start, and I think purposefully slow from both sides. The first attempt at a gank being the only might of action that we've had. I think purposefully so because both sides recognize that they're in something of at least a relatively even matchup here. And game one may very well have been a fluke for Rose Noir, and they've got to keep it cool, calm, and collected if they want to get the 2-0 sweep.
Absolutely. And if Rose Noir can stall this game out if they get behind, I think they'll be able to win pretty easily.
True. True to some extent. I gotta say that Alawi does have some pretty darn strong potential in the later game, but needs it to be sort of enabled by allied CC. Shurima, though, getting pretty low. This lane is not nearly as favored for LFA as it was last game, and I think that's a really huge boon for them.
Absolutely. Central showing that he is not afraid of the little block. To be fair, this is not as remotely difficult matchup as it was in the previous match.
Oh, that's for sure. Especially with the comfort that Shurima seemed to have on the Yasuo pick. But it all may change once we get some roaming, once Shurima gets some roaming in at least, as LeBlanc is very potent in that regard. Admittedly, though, Malzahar can shove a lane almost like no other, so he's going to be losing CS if he does choose to roam. He's already 10 back.
Well, lots of pain on that top side. I do think they recognize that Tranquil Flames is up in that direction.
Rofs is going to be a difficult target to gank, though. Sat under his turret with quite a pool of hit points at his disposal.
It's worth noting that Rofs is just doing a very good job keeping up the CS. He's able to last hit almost everything, it seems like.
Oh yeah, for sure. Maokai is a very resilient champion, and despite the slack that he gets sometimes for being not so mechanically intensive, point we may have to get back to in a moment. We got action in both the solo lanes. Control does have that level 6, so there's potential for a turnaround here, and it looks like Shurima's going to respect that, not keeping the chase going. But yeah, Maokai does require a good amount of finesse to play under turret, and restraint, really. You can't just go in on every opportunity, but this is certainly a good opportunity for him. Tentacle smash landing, though, as Vile gets potentially caught out here in the jungle, but Manbear Horse Pig is coming up from the bottom lane. Tranquil Flames is now flanked on all sides, and his first blood over to Shurima. That's a good way to start it off.
Tranquil Flames trapped, had nowhere to go.
And that's a really bad way to start it off for Tranquil Flames, who needs those early kills to snowball. Early deaths don't help so much.
I think first crack of the game going over to Rose Noir. Which is going to be so valuable for them.
His control is now being bullied away from the lane by Shurima, who I think is playing around the ulti really, really nicely. He's never overcommitting to these fights, and he's just edging control out through these trades. The Ignite gets the kill. Meanwhile, though, Raps could be in some trouble. He does have the vassalization going on at the moment. The ulti comes down. Oh, no! Oh, Bloodbath. I don't think he... I think he meant to flash forward with that ult. In the end, though, he does scare Raps out of his summoner while not burning his own, so kind of a good result. Teleport will immediately pull the Maokai back into the lane, though.
Well, he faked it out. He faked the flash out.
Yeah, you can start the animation there, flash mid-animation, and land on top of someone with a Lowy ulti, by the way, in case you didn't know that. But Bloodbath and Beyond didn't actually finish out the full flash combo. And in the end, actually, was okay for it, because he wouldn't have gotten the kill anyways. Raps flashed reactively in time. It was the double mind game.
Yeah, mind game it out. And he is go back to lane. He has the Warhammer now. So this is going to be a bit more AD. Working towards that Black Cleaver, making good progress.
I'm surprised we haven't seen more jungle focus towards the top lane, though. Vile is roaming up towards that side of the map now, just coming out of base, but it may just be to claim that food buff. And it's been shoved up the whole time by Bloodbath. There's easy gank assistance from Raps on the Maokai, and Tranquil Flames hasn't really been much of an impact on that. Maybe it's just that they feel that Maokai's doing fine, and they don't need to help him out anymore. I mean, admittedly, Raps
certainly seems
almost
like he's doing a very good job of just sustaining the lane.
Mm-hmm. That is the Maokai that we all know and love. There's not a lot of action happening elsewhere, though, which is another reason why I'm a little bit concerned about the lack of attention up here. Though maybe Tranquil Flames will be paying some attention to it.
You see, Blue Eyes now starting to put some real pressure onto Raps, though.
Mm-hmm. Both junglers are topside, though, so we may see the dynamic change in that lane. Meanwhile, speaking of lane dynamics, we've got a very passive one down on the bottom side. I bring it up only to remind people that this lane exists, because it would be pretty easy to forget that, given the amount of action we've had, which is to say none. But these champions will continue to scale up. I think actually the Ezreal has something of a slight advantage here. Not at the moment, but just because he's going to hit a power spike a little earlier than Caitlyn will, I think. So perhaps that will come into play later on. But really, it's
I'm also doing a pretty good job as well keeping up with CS, despite the slight disadvantage in terms of lane power.
Yeah, that's true. He's stacking up that tier as well. And when I say that he's going to hit a power spike earlier, I just mean the tier and possibly the transformation from the mana meter to the Mirror mana, as well as the Trinity Force if he goes for that. Trinity Force would be a really big spike. Could go for Gauntlet, though. Really don't know at this point. And really, at this point, it is just all speculation, as these teams don't have a ton to work off of. There's a very, very slight lead over to Rose Noir. And I think much more important, actually, than the gold lead is the Volcanic Drake that they have. But other than that, these teams are playing extremely cautiously around each other.
Absolutely. I'm still... hello.
Oh, an overcommitment from Raps. He may be in some real trouble here. Another Tentacle Smash would do the job. There it is, coming from the side. He gets slowed down, and Bloodbath and Beyond will finally burn that flash in for the kill.
He was able to... The mind games to take that flash out all worked out.
We do see Shurima roaming up the river, though. Bloodbath and Beyond may be forfeiting his life for this turret. There's a ward in the bush in the river, though. He knows there's a LeBlanc around. He's going to start running down through the tri-brush. Every time, look, twice in a row, we see Shurima go up the river, and Bloodbath starts roaming down through the tri-bush. There's the chain not landing. The Ignite is burning. Oh, just one more tick, but it doesn't have it. Shurima's going to be flashing for this sigil. But that gives enough time for Control to pop the Ghost. He just has to press R. Shurima's likely dead here.
The Space Aid's doing the job.
Down in the bottom lane, though, we have our first hint of action, and it will end as quickly as it began, with a flash away from Willrow.
Vile deciding he's going to show some love, and then nothing happened.
Well,
Did force a flash, though.
Yeah, the Summoner's down. That is certainly something, but
Ooh,
as I
Vile
said, this
making
lane's
it
going to be very difficult to make any action really happen on either side. Just to clear out the wave, really.
Tranimal doing a very good job just blasting with his Q.
And yeah, it looks like Tranimal and Willrow want to go back to base, probably sitting on a decent pile of money. Almost 2,000 gold in that Ezreal's pockets. It's really just been a matter of wave control between these bottom laners.
Absolutely. Now, Bloodbath having a much better start, having a Black Cleaver at 12 minutes.
Yeah, he's going to be difficult to control now. Only a kill and an assist under his belt, but he's still also got just like the general momentum in the lane up by a good amount of CS and constantly having that pushed in. Admittedly, the turret being down will mean that if he pushes any further than that, he could be overextending.
I would not be surprised to see him build like a Hexdrinker into a Maw. Because it is a very magic damage heavy team.
Yeah, it's certainly a good route. Again, there's an AP jungler, an AP top laner, and an AP mid laner. Really, all the threats that this Alawi has to worry about are doing primarily magic damage. Oh my god, though. Rafts, you can't handle this fight! Bloodbath and Beyond is going to easily claim that kill, but they've got Manbear Horsepig coming in with the ulti, as well as Vile over the wall. But Tranquil Flames is here. There is a big old tentacle lady inside that belly, but it looks like she's going to be itching to get out. There's a double knockup, though. Shurima could clean up some kills here. Something big. Just one more auto will do it. That's a double kill for the LeBlanc. That's a good place to have that gold. Shurima again dashing away just as the silence lands. Does not choose to opt back into his distortion pad, and it looks like a flash forward from control might be securing this kill. Not quite enough damage, actually. Shurima could still make it out of this alive. LeBlanc is a slippery one to catch up to. Oh, silence doesn't land. Wilro drops the Zephyr, though. Just some Janna autos might be enough. The exhaust, but the snare catches on. Shurima's at least leading them on a merry chase and gives the kill over to the Janna.
Well, at least they do get it. Central does manage to secure an assist. But that's still dangerous. Shurima now 5-2. But man, that power from Bloodbath and Beyond. Rash jumped in thinking he'd be fine, and Bloodbath's just like, no. And Black Cleaver just doing so much work there.
And honestly, it wasn't a terrible idea. He had Vile there for backup, but it was just too early on the engage. But we've got a teleport in coming in from Raps. Right into the face of Bloodbath, though. But Bloodbath is just actually about to come up off cooldown on the ulti. So this is still a rather risky fight here.
You managed to take the soul from Rash.
Yeah, the Drake's going to go down. That's evening up the dragon counter. There's the Ezreal ulti coming through. Raps will sidestep it. Okay. It was close.
Rash may be clenching a little bit there.
I certainly was. But yeah, the game is very much evened up between these two teams, who are warily eyeing one another. I think with quite a bit of respect now on both sides.
See Bloodbath working towards some kind of magic resistance. He's got the Spectral Council. We'll probably see a Spirit Visage, giving him some CDR and additional healing, which will be very useful for his character. Seeing Tranquil Flames has opted to build the Hex Drinker rather than finishing either his jungle item or the Ravenous Hydra.
Yeah, I mean,
definitely a wise decision.
Yeah, for the same reasoning that it's a good idea for Bloodbath to be rushing magic resist, it's a good idea for Tranquil to be rushing magic resist. There's just a lot of magic damage in this game. And that could actually be an issue for Rose Noir, as Holy is going to be the only one belting out any sort of physical damage, and is not going to be doing a lot of it for a little while yet. We hit on it almost every time there's a Caitlyn in a match, but Caitlyn does sort of fall off once you get to the 15 to 25 minute range. And we're just now coming into that awkward stage, that puberty for the Caitlyn champion. And she will then mature and become a beautiful butterfly, doing lots of damage. Lots of damage. But until then, it's just an ugly little caterpillar that is easily squished by Alawis.
Definitely a dangerous situation here.
I'm not sure who got the crab there. Went over to LFA. A moral victory, really.
Bloodbath opting to stay with the team so they have some front line. His teleport is down, so there's not much reason for him to push currently other than...
And at this point, it's a matter of both teams looking for that crucial opening, looking for the missed depth from the other side. There's not a lot of very important objectives to play around. Almost all of the outer turrets that are easily taken are down already. The ones that remain have a lot of hit points or are off in side lanes that are difficult to push or are defended by the entirety of the enemy team. So we've kind of reached something of a stalemate. And I feel like that's true not only of the situation we're in at the moment, but also just of these two teams in general. As they sit pretty evenly across the rift from one another.
Now we're starting to see some lanes being pushed out a little bit. Seeing both top laners returning to top lane.
Raph's not going to have a good time in this matchup, though. Bloodbath is able to keep the chase going with a very low cooldown on his jump.
They were easily able to force him out without too much effort.
Control pops the Ghost. That's a small prize, but certainly a definitive one for the side of Rose Noir. As Shurima continues to look for gaps in the armor here.
Oh, saying that Life are showing some love to that Rift Trail. Probably going to give it over to Bloodbath.
It's going to make that top lane even more difficult to deal with. And I think that is the problem that they have to solve. If they can figure out how to keep Bloodbath in check, because he's not quite rolling away with the game yet, but he's on the border of it. But if they can figure out how to keep this Alawi down, or put this Alawi down in the first place, I think Rose Noir can scale up into this game and do just fine. But we're at sort of the tipping point right now, where they've got to answer this question. Though Bloodbath going to the bottom lane is actually quite good for them. It means he's gathering up some farm. Yes, he's powering up a little more, but it gives Raps room to breathe. It means he's not pressuring any objectives in the immediate sense, and it stalls the game out by another minute or two, which they need every minute they can get.
See, both teams just playing so very carefully. No one wants to be the guy that makes that mistake that loses the game.
Yeah. At this point, I don't think any single mistake would lose the game as a whole, but we are at the tipping point where it's going to start to become more and more important. With death timers getting longer, with outer turrets still being up for grabs, much more important really than death timers, and with objectives about to come off cooldown. We've got a minute on the Dragon and actually 15 seconds on Baron, but that's probably less relevant. Each death is going to be more and more amplified in how much it means. Shurima looks for a bit of cheeky damage there. Holy gets a good combo into Tranimal.
Holy and Tranimal actually do pretty even damage to each other.
Oh man, Shurima cannot really handle Bloodbath's damage. Admittedly, he's able to dash around the tentacle smashes pretty easily on the block, but just that targeted W is a bit too much for him to handle. His Raps is going to show up. The baton is passed over to the tank. He's handling it a bit better at this point. Having actually finished off a tanky item. They're going for the 2v1 though. This is slightly dangerous. Bloodbath does have the ulti still available. He's going to be popping it down. There's the test of fate, or test of spirit, pardon me. A lot of damage back onto Raps, but he flashes forward for the kill. Also creating distance away from the LeBlanc. The Chilling Smite comes down though, and Vile will claim the kill. A 1-for-1 trade is not too terrible for Rose Noir, provided, of course, they can hold off across the rest of the map, which it looks like they might not be able to do. The mid lane outer turret will fall, and the Dragon is live in just a second. Actually, just now.
LFA's in position to contest it, but I think they were concerned about their lack of frontline without Bloodbath there.
If they can buy enough time for Bloodbath to revive, which is only 10 seconds from now, then they have a teleporting Alawi in this fight, which is going to make it a much easier fight to take. So, buying time is the order of the day around this Volcanic Drake, which is, again, the third Drake of its kind in a given game. We've had that a lot tonight.
It's a new rule of 3 or something.
Yeah. There's Bloodbath teleporting in, as I said. That gives the Dragon here over to LFA, but it also gives a avenue down the mid lane for the side of Rose Noir. This is a tactic that you'll often see teams take. They'll give up that Dragon on purpose to try and gain turret advantage. But the mistake that often comes from that is overstaying in the mid lane. Which it doesn't look like they'll do. They may actually have found a catcher in a Tranquil. That could be an overextension from Vile. Yeah, he doesn't quite find the mark he was looking for.
Oh. Vile Spirit has been stolen and destroyed, so it's going to be proccing tentacles for a little bit.
Poor guy. Such an annoying debuff. Not as bad as it was when Alawi first came out, though. It used to last, what, like 60 seconds?
For so long.
Or until you killed 3 of them?
Yeah.
And the most frustrating thing was when one of your teammates last hit the tentacle, so you didn't technically get credit. That doesn't happen anymore, thankfully. You just have to be around the tentacles dying, I believe.
I believe that is correct.
Shurima going to be grabbing a blue buff for himself, though, and again, we're at a really even standstill between these teams. It was just a trade. It was the Dragon for a turret, so I can't call it in one direction or another yet. We're still sitting at a breakpoint. Wilrow getting caught
Wilrow
out. Could be
in
pretty big
trouble.
though. That's Monsoon and Exhaust, and Wilrow even has to flash a lot of resources off of that support.
Trendable also using flash and heal.
I don't know if Holy is the one to go into this matchup. I know that Holy is not the one to go into that matchup. In AD carry,
That is just so dangerous.
yeah, in AD carry sitting at a low point in terms of just power levels and itemization is not the right call to send up in a solo matchup against the enemy bruiser, but admittedly not solo anymore as Menbear Horsepig has shown up.
Well, Daviana is easily going to be able to take that spirit.
And the shove continues for Bloodbath in the bottom lane. This is the last outer turret that has to be chipped away at here for the side of LFA. Rosemore are putting up something of a defense though, not letting it go easily, but, you know, as I say that, they back away and let it go easily, so maybe I spoke too soon.
Well, Violet's here. It is 3v1 with him there.
It would be quite, I think, an overextension to go that hard into the kill on the Alawi though, especially given that the entirety of LFA is in this Baron pit.
That makes sense.
Like, they can murder this Baron really fast.
They'd be risking a lot to kill someone who could probably at least kill one person in a 3v1.
Yep. Baron gets started, but only haphazardly so, as they back off almost immediately. However, there is the continuing issue of an Alawi in a side lane. It's an issue they don't seem to have a good answer to. Shurima looking for the engagement control, but of course that passive makes it rather difficult. Tranquil Flame's going to be caught out as he turns the corner in the jungle. Raph's going to be continuing the engagement there. Meanwhile, though, Alawi's doing some damage, and Shurima is caught out by Control for a target he was looking to assassinate. Control not going to quite be knocked up, but the shield being gone means that Raphs might be able to catch on to him if only it weren't for that ghost. Control zooms away, and the Voidmeister is safe. Holy now having to burn heal to escape from Tranimal's Ezreal. And overall, LFA came out on top, even though nobody quite went down.
They're doing their best to ignore Bloodbath, but I don't know how much longer they can pull that off.
Yeah, they're down to the inhibitor turret now, so really they can't afford to let him take anything further. At least not in bottom lane, but that's a rush to the Baron pit. And then not anything else. Okay. I thought they were going to try and start it.
No, apparently just trying to get vision, it seems. Flavion has the Sturk's Gate now, so it's going to be more damage, more health, more durability. All the things that Alawi wants.
Everything you could possibly want in an item as a bruiser. Damage, health, and durability. Why be a glass cannon when you can just be a regular cannon instead, I always say. I mean, look at that damage. Look at that damage. Look at... Oh, boy.
Of course. Well, there goes Holy's flash.
And he's going to have to wait out this debuff as well. Oh, there's the slam. He's okay. He's alright. Sidestepping skills were on point. Yeah, Bloodbath is an absolute menace right now. You know something? Neither AD carry has a kill or an assist. That is how absolutely boring the bottom lane was this game. There's not a single one to either AD carry's name. Even once we've gotten into these team fights. Almost 30 minutes into the match. Literally no kill participation from either AD carry. There's been a lot of memes going around about how AD carry is a dead role, but I might be starting to believe a few of them if I were to be only looking at this match. Raphs, you're taking a lot of damage there, buddy. Taking a lot of damage there. Shurima's coming in, but I don't think he can help you out that much. In fact, Shurima gets evaporated. It's a double kill for the Alawi. You've got to respect this champ, man.
He's just so durable. He's insanely durable and insanely high damage output with those tentacles.
Why would you ever want to be a glass cannon when you can just be a cannon? They are made out of iron, after all, and they're still pretty devastating. As Bloodbath is showing us once again, the exhaust coming down, but he's got that shield. Steric's Gauge doing some work. Let's see whether or not an AD carry gets a kill. An AD carry will not be getting a kill, not just yet. Now Bloodbath is easily going to be able to handle this 1v1, provided, of course, he has enough mana. That is something of a issue for him here. He doesn't have enough of the Tentacle Smash. He could maybe have handled that, but he was entirely out of the blue juice. Meanwhile, though, a Snipe from Trundle does claim the kill onto the Tahm Kench, who is promptly benched. But that's just fine. The rest of the team is off taking Baron.
A valuable trade. You're seeing Bloodbath Gun essentially walking with 4 kills and a turret on that bottom side.
Good lord. Now it's a shove up on the top lane. This is why we put such an emphasis on the top lane matchup in this matchup, I suppose, in this best of 3, because Bloodbath and Beyond has run away with games like this on multiple occasions here at Reverie Esports, and even if Game 1 wasn't quite a stellar performance from him, Game 2 seems to be making up the difference.
Absolutely. And he has that randomness now, so he's going to be even more effective against Holy. And I can only imagine his last item is going to be a Death Dance.
Yeah, makes sense. Delaying it this long isn't something he probably wanted to do, but it makes sense with his itemization. Here, the exhaust onto Shurima, and that was the first pick LeBlanc. Not being able to quite get a pick onto the enemy support. Tranquil Flame's a little bit caught out here inside the enemy team, but he's okay. He can stealth his way out. Tranquil shifting over the wall for the enemy AD carry. And you know, an AD carry has a kill now. 3, in fact, as he claims a killing spree. Vile gonna be hunted down here by Control, who's gonna pass that Space Age from one cell-divided little minion to the other, as Tranimal looks to clean up a few more kills for himself. There's 1. And maybe 2.
He might be able to get it now. Wraps down just the last Q.
There's possibly 2, but the minion eats the Q. 1 more comes through, and I am rhyming without meaning to push down the bottom lane.
And that might be game here. There's a full team ace. Shurima is back up on his feet, but
I don't know that there's much you can do about this.
he's going to get a nice case of
It's a
AIDS.
very difficult pair of champions to approach, Janna and Malzahar. And this is probably going to be a 1-for-1 tied-up series now, as we see LFA shove in onto the Nexus turrets. There's 1 going down. RZB is just about respawning now, but, well, Shurima is quickly reacquainted with the gray screen as Tranquil Flames brings down Holy, and this is not looking good for the boys in blue. We're going to be going to a Game 3.
Congratulations to... I was really concerned about the composition-wise, but they made it work. Bloodbath and was able to power his way through and be just such a huge threat.
All right, well, we've got 1 more match for you tonight. We know it's getting late, but please do stick around. Give us just a few minutes as we get the teams into lobby and get into Game 3 of our finals. Hope y'all are enjoying. Let us know in chat if so, or just let us know by hitting that follow button. But me and Effect will be back with you in just a few minutes once we've got some more gameplay to bring your way. Alrighty, everybody. Welcome to the final match of the night. We have got quite a series for you that's going to be unfolding its final few folds as we get into Game 3 here. Bloodbath and Beyond carrying, potentially, if you want to look at it that way, potentially carrying his team through on the back of Ilaoi into Game number 3 is going to have that band away from him. But here to commentate alongside me, I didn't introduce the guy so far. Is Effects.
That hurts.
I started going right into the analysis without introducing the king of analysis, my co-caster, my color caster, my best friend. I don't know about that one, but my co-caster for sure, Effects, who's going to be helping me navigate this draft.
Absolutely. We're seeing Central possibly making a return to Bloodbath Meal, but it is a bit of a flex pick. We've seen Wilro play it, and that definitely gives them a nice, strong opening. Ilaoi being banned out, that does mean we might see the return to Darius or an Olaf, possibly.
I wonder what the pick for Shurima is going to be against Malzahar. The mid lane has been really polarizing between these two teams. Shurima in Game 1 had absolute control of it, and Control in Game 2 was able to turn that right back around, and with the Malzahar into LeBlanc pick, virtually nullify Shurima's LeBlanc. So I'm really curious to see what he goes. Potentially this Ziggs, it would actually be quite a nice pick into the Malzahar. You can easily proc that passive shield and outrange him for the most part. But I still don't want to throw away the possibility that it's, say, a top Tahm Kench and a AD carry Ziggs, or a support Tahm Kench, AD carry Ziggs, something like that. It's a support Tahm Kench. I don't know why I want to throw him up to a different
It's
lane.
most likely going to be a mid lane Ziggs.
Still could be the AP carry Ziggs, though.
It still could be, yes.
I've seen it twice today so far. I've been casting a few events today. Actually getting a little loopy myself. Been casting for just over 8 hours today. But, we must press on.
Well, I have good news. At least in an hour, you'll be able to go to bed.
Oh, man. I hope it's not a full hour for the game. But who knows? These teams are relatively evenly matched, so it very well could be. And we could be dragging on into the small hours of the night, as already we are beginning to do. But it is for the sake of League of Legends, for sure. And inside info from Manbear Horsepig himself in the chat, apparently it's a jungle Ziggs. So none of us saw that one coming. Yeah.
Well, Tranimal finally able to secure the Caitlyn for himself, and Tranquil Flames is going to be taking away Vile's Hecarim.
We'll see how the jungle Ziggs works out in the matchup against Hecarim, for sure. I'm curious to see that one. I suppose Satchel Charge is a pretty decent ganking tool. Mid lane Vi would be an odd choice, though, for sure.
Absolutely. Definitely a little more of the unusual pick. Maybe it's a top lane Vi. Or
I like how you're just going along with this. Oh, man. I couldn't hold a straight face on that one. Renekton, though.
Oh, so that's okay.
Renekton, though.
It's a mid lane Renekton. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's gotta be. It's gotta be for sure.
But that's a character we definitely haven't seen in some time.
Yeah, means aside, Renekton is interesting enough on his own for Rafts here, who's been playing only tanks tonight. So to see him swap over to someone who's still relatively tanky, but can definitely hold his own in a bruiser battle in the form of Renekton is an interesting choice for sure.
Seems he's kind of tired of getting bullied around. He's like he's going to take the fight to him.
Yeah.
Fight fire with fire.
It's not a terrible solution for sure. Talia would be interesting. Maybe this is why we haven't seen the mid lane pick yet, if it is the AP carry Ziggs, which I'm holding out hope for. Because, of course, the Malzahar could very well be a support. We've already seen Wilro is proficient at that for sure. So the solo lanes here potentially being locked in if Malzahar isn't already one of them. And yeah, Talia will be locked. And Nautilus! We saw that hover last time from Bloodbath. These are not the champions I expected out of these players. If I expected these two champions, I would have expected them reversed.
They've confused me.
They've made Effects speechless.
They've shorted my brain out. They've gotten together and decided, hey, how about we switch our usual character roles?
Yeah.
See how it plays out.
The teams just traded top laners, actually. They
There
both
we go.
spent the RP to change their names, just to try and fool everybody in the chat, but really these players have swapped teams. It's a very, very elaborate ruse.
It turns out that they're roommates, and so they decided to just switch rooms.
Oh man, that would be honestly pretty great, but it's not the case. We've had you in another elaborate ruse. It's a ruse upon a ruse. It's like an onion made of ruses.
Corky.
We're peeling them away. No, Rise. Not Corky, Rise. You were wrong.
I was wrong. So that is an AD.
Yeah, it's
Or an AP.
This is why I had faith in it. You know, it is a strong pick. It is very, very, very good. Mainly because, and honestly, I don't really like it that much alongside Tom Kench, personally. I would have preferred to see maybe a Nautilus, though that was picked away by the other side, or a Leona, or a Thresh even. Some support that can hard engage and have a lot of impact post 6. Because when AP carry Ziggs is most potent is right after level 6 spike. Because that ulti has such good damage if you hit the central point of it. And allying that alongside a Leona or a Nautilus or something, someone who allows you to almost guarantee the ulti landing with the central portion of it doing the most damage, is really, really good.
Overall, just a splur of extremely unusual picks coming out of both teams here.
Yeah.
Characters we don't see as frequently anymore, at least not from these particular players, especially.
Yeah, and these teams are kind of throwing everything at the wall and seeing what's going to stick. But whichever team does manage to stick is going to be going home with the trophy for our open number 79. I know it says open number 7 there, but we're a good bit past that one. My name is Octavian, though. I am joined by the illustrious and well-mannered, I don't know, I'm running out of big words, Effects, who's going to be joining me on the Rift alongside all of you fine folks once we get through the spectator delay. Give us about 2.5 minutes to break even and get into the matches, and we will be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to a nice, calm, cool, quiet, collected cast of our third match of the night. Let me get the scoreboard up for you folks, and I would get the overlay up if it were cooperating with me, but we're going overlayless tonight, so I'm just going to have to tell you which teams are on which side. Red team will be Rose Noir, who are fighting for their lives, but fighting equally for their lives is, I wanted to say looking again, Life for Ire over on blue side, as this series is tied up 1-1, and it's a best of 3, so this is the last match of the night, thankfully, mercifully, for my voice, but also
Definitely
exciting for these teams.
And they're both teams changing up a little bit, so we're going to get hopefully a nice, exciting game to change the formula.
My name is Octavian, I am joined by Effect, and we are going to be your casters as we delve into this last match of the night.
Both teams doing a fairly standard line of scrimmage, nothing unusual there.
Some deep vision gained by Control there, as he drops a ward into the back of the red buff. And all eyes, I think, are going to be on top lane once again, as Bloodbath is not on the sort of champion he regularly favors. Something like Cloud or Darius, where you can start to run out of control with the game, but instead is on one of the perennial mega tanks League of Legends has to offer, Nautilus. Also,
it's definitely a bit of a departure from his usual style, for sure.
Also, there's a Renekton. Kind of weird. And, is this season 2? Doesn't feel like season 2. Looks like the map looks a little too pretty for it to be season 2.
Yeah.
There's also a Ziggs in my bottom lane. What is going on? I'm confused.
Ziggs bottom lane, Malzahar bottom lane, Renekton, Bloodbath and Gone playing something that isn't a damage bruiser.
Who are you, and what did you do with my League of Legends? In all seriousness, though, Ziggs bottom lane has been getting quite a bit of traction, and I think Renekton isn't actually a bad answer player-wise here. Even if Renekton hasn't seen a lot of love in the recent few patches, by recent I mean the last maybe like 50. He's a good, solid choice, I think, particularly against Bloodbath and Beyond, because it has the power to deal with him while still being something of a tank for the game. That was a good chunk of damage that Raph just took. He's got to play careful.
Yeah, Bloodbath Beyond actually opting for a Doran's Ring start, getting an extra mana regeneration when he's blast hitting.
Yeah. In addition to that, a bit of damage to actually contest Raphs in the first few minutes. I like it as far as starting choices go. As Raphs has now been forced to melt through all of his potions really early on.
Yeah. Raphs may be regretting his decision to take the longsword start.
Control going to be tossing Shurima over some Unraveled Earth, but he'll be fine. There was a minion, thankfully, under the turret, so he didn't get first shot for his troubles. That would have been quite bad. And 3.5 minutes in. Tense lanes across the board. Because so far, these solo lanes have been the focus for these teams. Top and mid have both carried for both teams, really. Bottom lane, however, has been something of a boring spot for these teams. No particular offense meant to any bottom lane player on either side. It's just not really been the focus between these teams.
Not at all, really. First game we did see Shurima just kind of crush and take really firm control. And then this second game it was Bloodbath and Beyond's Alawi.
Raps gets a really nice trade there. Good ordering in the abilities. As well as getting the slicing dice? No, that's the name of the E. Why am I... Cold-a-Meek, as well as getting the Cold-a-Meek off on the minion wave, in addition to Bloodbath. Gotta give that one. Violating the bush is looking for Bloodbath to take this engagement. Doesn't look like he's interested. And Bear Horsepig now is playing very aggressively because they know they've got Shurima coming in from behind. Yeah, Trenwall sent to Rune Prison real fast, and it's first blood for the Rise. That is a great way to get the game rolling. Now Bloodbath and Beyond is getting flashed onto. Raps is going to be trading probably 1-for-1 here, but he manages to slice and dice his way.
He does not have a flash.
But yeah, no flash available means that Tranquil just hunts him down.
Bloodbath Beyond not quite able to deal with Raph's pressure. He did run into mana, so he wasn't able to do a whole lot after one cast.
had it been just a 1v1, Raps would have been just fine, but thankfully Tranquil was there to claim the kill after it died. And again, these teams are starting off on something of an even footing. There's a teleport in behind.
Oh.
Holy's in some real trouble here. Bloodbath just has to drop one auto. And he claims the kill. Will though, is continuing to chase, and this may be an overextension now for LFA as Mandar Hospig's going to turn back around. We got a quick snack in the form of this Nautilus as he's ready and willing to chomp that up at any time. And Violet is in for the finish. Mid laners get involved.
Comes in out of nowhere to say, this is my kill.
Not terrible to get the Vi rolling early on, especially considering it's
Not
going to help to
at
match
all.
up against Tranquil. And again, the teams maintain relative evenness. Neither side pulling ahead too far in these first few minutes of pretty bloody battle.
Raph's able to pick up a Phage. An additional launcher. Working swiftly towards that Black Cleaver.
The Talia is an interesting pick. We didn't get to talk about it too much in the pick ban. Sadly, it looks like there's a bit of a graphical bug going on with her. We can't actually see her worked earth, but that's alright. Overshadowed, perhaps, by the Ziggs AP carry and Renekton top. Talia was a sort of a flash in the pan as far as the meta is concerned. She was very, very powerful once people figured out how to work her, and particularly her Unraveled Earth into Seismic Shove. Seismic Shove. I got that. But there were some rather significant nerfs, not only to Talia's kit, but also to Rylai's, that pushed her out of the meta. And nowadays you'll only see hardcore Talia players actually bringing her back.
So far, Central seems to be doing all right with him.
Yeah, the lane certainly hasn't gone too poorly, but Shurima's roam will be a big boon. He got that first blood, which allowed him to finish in an early tier as well as a catalyst.
Looks like Raph is actually doing all right up in this top line. It does make sense, given that Renekton does have a lot more early game power than an Nautilus does.
But he may be in some trouble here. The depth charge is going to follow him through, and he manages actually to get the ulti off. Pretty good time, so he gets some health back, but it's simply not enough. And Tranquil will easily claim another life.
That was really well played by Tranquil Flames to push him back with the Rampage.
Pushing him back twice, actually, not only with the Rampage, but also with the Terrifies and the ulti. Onslaught of Shadows was placed just behind the Renekton. So just general good use of Hecarim's kit there. And going to be snowballing this jungler further out of control here, which is exactly what they want. Hecarim can absolutely stampede over a match. Pun entirely intended.
Hecarim is definitely going to be a very scary character once he gets rolling. He's just one of those characters that does so much damage despite building mostly tanky usually.
Oh, Holy gonna be caught up there, but the laser just follows the Tahm Kench. That's such a strange interaction. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Still though, 2 ultis burned and not really much to show for it, as we see LFA try and pick something up in the bottom lane. A little bit of a brute force attempt that goes wrong.
It kind of makes Tahm Kench a very powerful counter pick to a Malzahar support.
Yeah. Yes, it is. And in all seriousness, that was very well demonstrated there. For some reason, that looked really funny to me. The laser just points directly to Tahm Kench's gut. It's great. It's pretty great.
You'd think it would start doing damage to Tahm Kench instead, but I guess
it's just like lasers through. It's a damage over time effect, so it will still keep dealing damage. But Tranquil Flames is caught out in the jungle there, and Shurima will claim the kill. And last time Shurima got a lead early on, it was really good for Rosemore.
Well, they're going to start this next strike into some Ocean Break, giving it some much needed health for Jen.
And you know, I think on just further consideration here, the reason why we're seeing Renekton top lane is the same reason. Is because we're seeing a Ziggs bottom lane. We needed more physical damage in this composition if you're Rose Noir. And so they went for something of a carry top lane. It's certainly still an odd choice to go for Renekton. As actually Ross is getting dove up here, speaking of the devil. And Bloodbath and Beyond will easily take that kill. Walking out with his anchor larger than life. And the Renekton was maybe an odd choice for an AD top laner, but they did need an AD relatively high damage top laner. Maybe something like a Camille, who I don't actually think was banned out this game, or an Aurelia might have made a little more sense. But that's why we're seeing a carry laner out of Rafts, who generally seems to play tanks.
It does make a lot of sense. It's worth noting that Bloodbath Beyond is maxing his E, where you usually see W's being maxed on Nautilus. Because they actually have some range harass, essentially.
Yeah, as well as being able to keep up with the wave clear that Kulvermeek is offering Rafts, and keep the wave from being shoved back against him too frequently. It's certainly a good choice. I don't know if it's what I would have made personally, but it's working out just fine for him, and the shield is more than enough as is.
Seems that way.
Oh, it's a flash forward from Willrose. They're targeting Manbear Horsepig this time. They're learning. They're not going after
You can't swallow yourself.
I don't know if they get the kill though still. I mean, it's sort of the right call to target the Tahm Kench, because yes, he can't eat himself, but also if you target the Tahm Kench, you have to deal with 2 health bars because he's got gray health. So it's a very, very tricky situation to be in. And a lot was burned, only to get a exhaust, really. A heal too for all. But in terms of summoners, it was an even trade since Willrose burned both of his, and they dropped Tranquil and Willrose ults. And this early on in the game, those cooldowns are really, really important.
Certainly so. I could probably consider that worth it. You can eat all those ultimates and abilities and just use your Strike Flash.
The preamble to some action, the ghosts are burned as Control actually takes a really big chunk of damage there. Shrinkling going to be flashing forward, trying to go for what he thought was an easy kill, but Bloodbath was waiting around the corner and comes out swinging an anchor that is pretty dangerous.
Central using the wall to block off any kind of chance at chasing him down.
Yeah, interesting use of the Weaver's Wall. You're not going to be seeing it used for a roam at least for a little while. At least, I think I said at least 3 times in that sentence. I have been casting for 8.5 hours today, and I think it's beginning to show.
I've done one long cast before. I do not recommend it.
Oh man, it's worth it though. I've gotten a lot more practice in days. You know, you can always improve. You can always.
That is definitely true. Rest is just not having an easy time here.
His situation is certainly not improving, but he does have Fury of the Sands.
He might
There's
beat
his
up
Fury
here.
back up as well, but he didn't have Kulvermeek available. There was no healing to be had, and Bloodbath needed just one more auto.
That's gotta feel bad for us. He was so close to turning that around, but the cooldowns just weren't there.
Overall, though, despite that sort of pressure point in the top lane that Bloodbath continues to push on, it's not as bad as it could have been in the past. You know, this isn't Bloodbath's Alawi or Bloodbath's Darius. This isn't the kind of champion that's going to run away with the game and be just entirely unstoppable. No, this is a Nautilus. You give a few kills to a Nautilus, it's bad. You don't want to do that. But you don't lose the game because of it necessarily, and in fact, we're even seeing still a very slight gold lead over to the side of Rosemore. Largely, I think, due to Shurima, who got that first blood, got a few good kills, and is starting to snowball the mid lane out of control in favor of Rose. So, really, this game is still holding very much even, despite a rough-looking top lane.
Well, that is going to make Renekton mostly a non-factor and turning him into something less dumbbot in the late game.
That's very true, yeah. Renekton is not exactly going to have a good time scaling up, so coming out of the laning phase this far behind, that might be the issue. It's not that Bloodbath is on this powerhouse of a champion, but rather that Rafts is on basically a non-factor for the majority of the game. Unless you can find some sneaky way to come back in, some good picks or something like that. So the differential might still be there, even if it's not because there's a really powerful top laner on the other side. Vile now hoping to extend that differential in the mid lane as we have Tranquil on the bottom side going for a kill of his own, rampaging over the Tahm Kench. He inhibits the Rivet.
Definitely seeing the damage potential of a Warrior Vi.
But equally so, the damage potential of a almost Triforce echoing, as both generals claim a kill, and the game continues to hold rather even pace. On the top side, though, we have Bloodbath looking to defend his home turf. And successfully doing so, I think. There's the ulti Vile, very successfully doing so, nearly claiming a kill
Vile
there.
may be regretting his decision.
He can just turn and fight Ross, though, if he really wants to. No, maybe not. Ross does have the ulti burning. Yeah, Bloodbath's going to back out, but he gets a flash, and he gets an ulti. Basically just to defend his turret, and he may even get a kill here. Raps is about to run out of the Fury of the Sands. There's a Realm Warp coming to the top, though. This is still a lot of investment for the Nautilus kill. And he's not going to make it any easier. He's dancing in and out of those bushes. He does eventually go down.
Well, Shurima able to punish Bloodbath and Jan's aggression, but Vile and Raps not able to take him is not necessarily a good sign.
Michael Flames is up top now as well, and they're still going to hold on to this outer turret. The reason why there's so much emphasis being placed on this turret, why we have 3 men pushing it, and a very valiant defense from Bloodbath, and now some defense from Tranquil as well, is because First Brick still has yet to go down. And these teams are holding so evenly with one another, both in terms of gold and in terms of, oh my god, do we have a First Brick race? I thought Talia had more damage done to the turret. Both in terms of gold and just in terms of general skill. That discrepancy is going to be really huge. That differential between the two teams of even just 3k gold.
First Brick going to Shurima's Rise is going to be so valuable.
Yeah, he's already the one scaling further ahead. Pardon me. Half of his stacks on the Rod of Ages done by 17 minutes. That's pretty crazy.
He's roughly 1.5k gold ahead of every other player.
That's basically almost a full item? Just about a full item, depending on how cheap your items are. With which
Yes,
Rise aren't very cheap. Raps has roamed away from the top lane, he's not having much success down here. Meanwhile, though, success is certainly being had by Shurima, who nearly chunks himself a kill down instantly. But sadly, the Crocodile is turned into leather boots. And the teleport does not, or the roam does not work out for him.
Definitely not the easiest time in the world there.
Now, a roam from the other top laner is going to be catching on to Shurima, and that is far more successful for Bloodbath. As Control and Vile maybe duke it out in the river here. There's a seismic shove back over the unraveled earth. A few more pebbles tossed his way, and Vile's going to take some pain on the way out.
Manbo Horsepick using the ultimate to get to the mid turret to provide some support. And SCZ Tranquil Flame is soloing the dragon, it looks like.
Yeah, and he very well can. He got the Trinity Force completed. A little bit low on mana, which makes it kind of rough, but I think he'll be okay. Or maybe not. Hellfire is ticking down pretty fast. Okay, and we're pulled into Talia.
It is just an air drake, but that is gonna... It seems like whoever has the Hecarim definitely gets the air drakes.
This short series of unfortunate events evens up the small amount of difference that had fallen between the two teams with that first brick take. Especially considering that there's now a few very wounded turrets that are going to be quite easy for LFA to take here. In addition to that dragon and their earlier kill. So momentum swings back in favor of LFA as Bloodbath and Beyond keeps the push going top.
Not sure Vile can take Bloodbath and Beyond. He does have some health and armor shred, but he's quite squished himself.
Oh, no.
Hello.
Raps is just finding bad situations wherever he goes. Facing in a tribe on the top of a ward. Has to burn the ult to get out. Yeah. I wouldn't say it's generally a wise idea to bully around a crocodile, but it seems to be working out here for Elephant.
Nope, you cut out a little bit there.
Oh no. That's unfortunate. I think my joke still went through the stream, but just so that you get the full effect of it. It's probably not a good idea to bully a crocodile. Don't take advice from the way that LFA is playing this game and go and poke a crocodile a bunch and expect profit to happen. But flash on the Bloodbath and Beyond, Vile gets himself a killing spree. He's more than a match for this Nautilus. As Manor was being chomped down unholy right before being suppressed. But it's simply not going to be enough. The Ziggs ulti with his last breath will be also not quite enough, and it's a double kill for Tranimal.
Doesn't matter if you eat someone if you're the one who gets CC. You can't eat yourself.
He did keep Holy safe for like the majority of the really dangerous part of that fight, but it was still just, as I said, not enough.
It's also kind of a, in some ways there's a negative there that he kept Holy closer to the enemy team for longer.
Yeah, kept Holy from being able to escape as well, to some degree. Shurima, though, this is really tunneling in onto the kill on Tranimal. He's going to be getting up a kill here for sure. Oh, maybe not. No, Vials there around the corner. My God. Shurima makes it out. Didn't anticipate that. Popping Ghost. Control's going to keep the chase going after Raps. Doesn't land the slow, but has another attempt very swiftly thereafter, and the Seismic Shove is going to pull a flash. Summoner's Trade.
And it's going to be a little more valuable for Central because he does. Ghost is on a shorter cooldown overall.
Game is shaping up to be quite nice for LFA, but that's only if we're looking at recent events. If you look at the total goal, Reznor is still holding ahead by a relatively small margin. Let's be fair here, but a lot of that does still have to be down to Shurima, who's 2k gold up over Central. Control, whichever one it is. We still don't know which vowels go in that word. He hasn't told us. He's keeping it a mystery. But on top of that, having both transformed his Archangels into a Seraphim's Embrace, yes, as well as fully stacking his Rod of Ages, Shurima has come online on Rise.
He's hit that nice and strong early game power spike that's going to give him so much value.
And after a best of 3 series, after 2 best of 3 series, and an extra game to start the day off of casting, I just gotta say, I'm glad none of the organizations I work for stream on Sundays.
Yep, you cut off again.
After a full almost 8 hours of casting today, I've got to say that I'm glad none of the organizations I work for stream on Sundays. Because I am looking forward to a day off tomorrow. But, you know, if the fatigue is getting to me, it's got to be getting to these teams as well. Pardon me, my voice is even giving out on me. Yeah, if the fatigue is getting to me, it's got to be getting to these teams as well, to some degree, because we are just about hitting the 1 a.m. mark, at least here in Central.
It's definitely been 4 or 5 hours.
These guys have been playing the whole series, the whole tournament long, at the very least. And maybe that's why we're seeing such an even match here, when neither side can really focus up and pull it together enough to make their advantages count. Speaking of some advantages, we're looking for another one up here for LFA. Bloodbath is just able to ignore all damage. But there's a dive almost mirroring that in the top lane, down on the bottom side. And Talia just gets evaporated. Maybe Tranquil Flames will be joining her in the afterlife very swiftly. The Ghost, though, giving him enough mobility to outrange Shurima, but a flash forward. No, the Q doesn't land. Hecarim is too fast. He's just too fast.
And gave him a little bit of a caress there.
Tickled his tail on the way out, that's for sure. Felt that one going away. Oh, there's a teleport. Vile sees it though. But he's flanked. He's flanked by Wilro. There's no way out. He's caught between a rock and a void place. And that doesn't quite work.
Warned us slowies.
Alright, well, Dragon will be up in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 seconds. As Ocean Drake is rejoining us on the Rift here. Tossing that ward aside. Malzahar minions aside as well, but you know, Baron's a little better than Dragon.
They don't even know this is happening.
They do now. That's a blue trinket. It spots it out. They were suspiciously absent across the rest of the map, but it may be too late. Manbear Horsepig is happy to take that up for his team, and Malzahar, the other purple man. Rise claims the kill. Rise, though, flanking behind Tranimal's gonna look for even more as Shurima claims a killing spree for himself. Weaver's Wall there. As Control looks to hunt down the opposing mid laner, Bloodbath and Beyond finishes off Rafts, and Control is successful in his flanking mission. Still, though, this all comes at the cost of a Baron.
Well, at least they do get it off Rax and Shurima.
Oh man, that is
Holy's
aggressive. I guess this is as aggressive as they have to be, though. Having just given up the Baron, they really can't afford to allow any sort of breathing room from the side of Rose Noir to be able to use that buff. So LFA shoved down the mid lane, even going for some picks here.
And Bear Pig able to save Holy's life once again. A dragon and a turret for a Baron. A couple of kills. That's not a terrible trade.
It's about as good as you can get, but still a Baron at 25 minutes just feels bad one way or another. It's all going to be down, I think, to what Rose Noir is able to do with the few Baron buffs they retained. Rafts and Shurima both went down, so they've got 3 Baron buffs to their names. And we'll see how they use them. Actually, Vile went down too, didn't he? So yeah, it's only 2 Baron buffs remaining.
That's true, isn't it? Slipped my mind a little bit.
We'll see whether or not those buffs can be used to full effect. And yeah, as you said, the trade was relatively even because despite the Purple Lizard having fallen, there is still only a 1k gold difference between these teams. It is unmoving. That gold difference will not budge, regardless, it seems, of what occurs on the Rift.
They're going to use that Baron buff to try and get these minion waves in the mid pushed up. Now, Shurima has that Void Staff now, so that's going to be very valuable for helping him deal that damage necessary to win these team fights.
The problem, I think, though, is that Rose Noir have so much power concentrated in the Rise right now. And that plus the fact that they don't have an AD carry, they have an AP carry, means that itemization is really easy. They just have to stack magic resist and they'll be fine. And on top of that, there is a lot of ability to focus down a single target inside of LFA. The globals are being called in though. Shurima getting caught out on that cupcake is going to take a lot of damage, and that is exactly the target they want to chunk. So we just focus down this Rise. It seems like it will be so very much easier for FLA, but LFA, pardon me. It doesn't look like they find him yet. Death charge coming through. Bloodbath Beyond trying to simply walk through the enemy team. Meanwhile, Vi is melted. As Raps is simply just not having an impact. And there's the charge in from Tranquil Flames. Rise is eliminated. It's a double kill for the Heckler. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Once Rise is out of the picture, there's just nothing left to stop LFA from pushing forwards. I apologize for that. Your Steam didn't go off. Mine did. Should have turned off notifications. And it's an ace for LFA, the first decisive victory of the game.
They basically won that fight 4v5. Central was not even a remote part of that. He died immediately. And that's a good sign of things to come for LFA.
Yeah, for sure. And it is a lot to do with the fact that Shurima wasn't able to really play aggressively in that fight because Tranimal got so much damage down on him before the fight even really began. That's a huge, huge deal, and I was... thank you for the visual aid, LFA, because I was just hitting that point right before it. They just need to deal with Shurima. Be that killing him, be that forcing him out of the fight because he takes 2/3 of his health, doesn't really matter how. They have to deal with Shurima, and then they win. And that's not a great place to be in as Rose Noir because you want to be more varied than that. A varied system is harder to attack. It's the same reason why you don't want a ecosystem where it's like rice and humans, and that's it. You have one food source. Because then if there's some sort of problem with the rice, everybody starves. If there's some sort of problem with the rise, everybody starves. That was a really, really strained metaphor for a very bad joke, and I'm so sorry. I'm so incredibly sorry. Can you tell I've been casting for the Rise? It's fun.
Yes.
Can you really? Oh.
Yeah. Oh my.
Good place to point too if you wanted to, I'm sure.
Central is just like, I have no interest in fighting anyone right now. Bye.
This is Trump's America. He did build a wall.
You're saying Talia's name is actually Donald Trump?
Tarumpa. God. It sounds like a villain from a Dr. Seuss book. The evil Tarumpa.
It may as well be.
Oh man, We have a push on the bottom side from Rose Noir, though. Getting back to the basics here. A hook in from Bloodbath and Beyond does not find its target. Presumably, he wasn't aiming for the minions. But the cupcake shop has been set up, and Tranimal is just waiting for some customers. They're all going off to his competitor, the dragon, though.
Dang it. Quick, Tranimal. You gotta stop the dragon from stealing your customers.
Kill it. That'll be a good way to eliminate the competition. And it looks like
They
that
can't
might
compete if
very
they're
well be the
dead.
solution. Rose Noir is trying to find some sort of avenue into this game.
Possibly looking for a mid lane push, but
Yeah, there's pings all over the place. Rose Noir is looking really indecisive at the moment. It looks like they've settled on the mid lane, but maybe too late, honestly. Dragon's already down, and they're just putting themselves in an easily flanked position. They're going to be able to back away through the jungle, it looks. Okay, they do get the secondary turret, but, I mean, Tranquil Flames can cover this ground. He is a Hecarim pick with a Air Drake behind him as well. Rats is going to be immediately CC'd to death. CC Pain Train rolling right over him. It's a double kill for the Caitlyn. Control dropping the Weaver's Wall to split the fight up even further. Rise silenced and cut off from his team, but there is a Realm Warp coming back in. This could be the turnaround for Rose Noir. If Shurima can just get some good damage down, that's all they really need. He's being controlled, though. He does manage to get a double kill. That is rather nice for him, but in the end he goes down, and Tranquil Flames will easily be able to finish off this kill into Holy, or maybe control over the wall.
And there's another ace going over to the side of Life for Ire, but definitely could have been worse.
Yeah, it was kind of a messy team fight, but I think the fight was kind of decided just not by any mechanical play in that particular fight, but because of the way that Rose Noir responded to the dragon. It looked like initially they wanted to rush the dragon down and they wanted to be the ones to take it. But then they were like, oh, we'd get flanked doing that. We should probably not do it and back away. But then they realized, oh, well, that just means they'll take it. We don't want them to take it. And then they were stuck in a limbo in the river for a good like 20 to 30 seconds trying to decide, fight dragon, take turret, fight dragon, take turret. Eventually they went for the turret, but they were much, much overextended in doing so.
Well, Raph's desperately trying to find a way to be useful. Poor Renekton.
Yeah, Raph's really has not had a very good time in this game, has he? Renekton pick may not be coming back into the meta anytime soon. And Raph's has given something of a demonstration as to why it's not really standing up to the current top lane picks.
Bloodbath and Beyond deciding that he needs some more damage with an Abyssal Scepter.
Yeah, I mean, why not? He's really only got to itemize against magic resist at this point. I'm actually surprised he's only got the one magic resistance item. Given that there really is no physical damage threat on the enemy team. But he wants the damage of Sunfire and Iceborne, I suppose.
That makes sense.
But it does mean, actually, that Shurima's doing some decent damage to him. See him?
We're reaching the point where one or maybe two more team fights can decide a game if it goes well enough for either team.
Hey, look, the Cupcake Shop got some customers after all. Baron, though, is likely going to be the breaking point for this game. 35 minutes in, both teams are set up around it. And both teams, I would say, are still rather even. Rose Noir, I think, are starting to play from the back foot, however, because they are so one-dimensional in terms of threats. Almost all of their gold advantage that they had, and actually don't have any longer, but almost all of their gold is piled in onto this Rise. They are mono damage. Renekton really isn't a threat like they hoped he would be coming into laning phase. And they are relatively short range if you discount Holy. They've got Ziggs to toss bombs from a distance, but other than that, they've got to get up close and personal in a team fight where they've got all these other weaknesses. They're really lucky. That's striking the Remember start freaking out. That's kind of a waste of the Nautilus ult.
Well, there's some paints on the Baron. LFA kind of moving in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of look like Rose Noir is a little split at the moment, but they are grouping up towards the Baron. This is the start. No. LFA can.
There's a ward, but you know what's happening.
Even Will is adding some good damage to this, so it's going to be pretty dangerous for them to take. They've got the Talia wall to sort of peel away, but Manbear Horsepig is leaping over it without his team. That is not advisable, generally speaking. And Tom Kent says goodbye very quickly. Tranquil Flames is going to be leaping to the back lines as well, but his hit points are rapidly disappearing, and it's a 1-for-1 trade so far, but support for jungler when Baron is the question to be answered. That's a pretty good trade. Though it seems like Rose Noir want to shove down the mid lane instead, or maybe catch Tranimal turning the wrong corner. Shurima finds himself a kill. Bloodbath and Beyond is going to get flanked on here as well. Raph's just looking for that stun on the Willow to save Vile's life, but he's a little bit too slow. Has to flash away. Here's the flank again, though. The AP carries are here in force.
Surprise from Shurima coming around that bottom side.
Again, a really, really messy, really, really even fight. Rose Noir do get advantage on the mid lane here, and may be able to at least take an inhibitor turret. I don't think they get an inhibitor, but they're going to try, it looks like. Yeah, they're going to get it. Okay. I was wrong. It has been known to happen once or twice. Only once or twice. Otherwise infallible. It was a very good flank, though. Heads up play by Shurima to be catching Tranimal around that corner that way. And also, maybe some just raw mispositioning from Tranimal to not be with his team, turning the corner around the Wolf Camp a little bit too aggressively like that. But Baron is going to be attempted now from LFA again. Backfired a bit for them last time, but that will not dissuade them from a second attempt. And this time, it's looking like it's going a bit more successfully. Ziggs ulti cleans away about half of Wilrow's health, but that's fine. They can just disengage from this. This will be really good for LFA. Yeah, disengage successful. Elder Drake is up, though. We reach about the 37-38 minute mark in our final match of the night.
Both Shurima and Raphs have their Guardian Angels active, and that Elder Drake's melting pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is not going to go off the world, and it's Baron traded for Elder Drake. About an equivalent trade. Rose Noir do still have an advantage in terms of pressure, though, because they've got that downed inhibitor that's going to be giving them free supers in the mid lane showing up. Be counted out rather nicely by just one Baron buff member, though.
I'm showing the turret is still alive, barely.
The turret?
Yeah.
What turret are we talking about? I think we're on different pages here.
I thought you said inhibitor turret.
The inhibitor is down in the mid lane here for
Oh, I was looking at the wrong side of the map. I am so tired.
Understandable, friend. Understandable.
Like all the turrets. How can an inhibitor be down?
That's impossible. Octavian's going crazy. No, it's alright. I'm already crazy.
I just can't see blue, apparently.
You know, I can forgive you a little bit of color blindness at the end of a very long Best of 3 series. Now, having broken the 1 a.m. mark, we are getting deep into the small hours of the night.
Oh, just seeing a bottom side push here.
Bear Horse Pig. He's not doing anything too noteworthy. I just like to say his name, really. He's been playing Animal Champions the whole night too, so he's now Man, Bear, Horse, Pig, Cat, Fish. That's 6 different animal names. Really rather impressive. You can throw Frog in there too if you want to be inaccurate. Some people call Tom Fitch a frog. He's a catfish, damn it.
He's definitely a catfish.
Man, Bear, Horse, Pig, Catfish, Frog, Man.
Raph's deciding the best way for him to be useful is to eat cupcakes. You gotta do what you gotta do.
That's how I decided to be useful on my sister's birthday, too.
I'll save you, sister.
Yeah,
all
Octavian, can you
all
help
the
paint these
cupcakes.
decorations? Well, you're just like cupcakes. I've got cupcakes. There you go. My family does not call me Octavian, but Rap's going to be caught out there, but that's part of the target for all this single target CC. However, this is LFA looking to pick something of a fight for themselves, and Trendle is able to belt out enough damage to murder these tanks at this point. He's well and truly coming to his own with a late game 80 carry. This is looking good for LFA, as Shurima is being stymied in his efforts to break into the enemy base by Central, while the rest of Shurima's team is melted to bits. Look at that Caitlyn damage. That's
And
gorgeous.
if only Shurima is a survivor. Without him, I don't think they can win.
Yeah, this is just a shutdown bottom lane. Central just has to stall Shurima, honestly. Stop the ports, stop the warps! There's the 1v1. Shurima is going to win that one, most likely. But Central doesn't have to really take it. Just back away.
But that does mean that his Shurima's Realm Warp is on cooldown.
Yeah, we'll see how far this push can get for LFA. If they can get an inhibitor, that'll be a huge boon for them, because it'll even up the pressure in mid.
Vile is going to be up. His ultimate is also up, so that is a possible threat.
They're going to back off. Yeah, they're not going to overextend and grab that inhibitor. Arguably overextend. I don't know, there are definitely some teams that would have tried to go for that.
It's showing some restraint is probably wise at this juncture.
And just to answer some of the questions in the chat, it is at 1v1, or 1-2-1 in terms of the series. So this is the game point, and we are on our finals tonight. Thankfully, mercifully on our finals, because we are quite late. Quite late compared to how late we usually go as well.
Yeah, usually they don't go quite this long.
But these teams have been so very even, from duking it out back and forth, not only over the course of this game, but over the course of the entire series, really. And neither side is giving any ground without a hell of a fight.
Kind of hard to say, but I feel as if LFA has the advantage because they do have an actual marksman carry.
Yes.
And that just is able to provide out so much more consistent DPS than even a Rise, who is one of the stronger DPS mages.
And it's not just because of that, it's because they have the consistent source of physical damage in the late game coming from the AD carry position and not the top lane. Where Rafts is not going to be a good physical damage source in the mid game, provided, of course, he didn't have the terrible lane. Just theoretically speaking. Renekton, Camille, or Aurelia, something like that. But in the late game, is going to be inevitably outdone, at least in theory, by a Caitlyn or an Ezreal, somebody who can belt out that same amount of damage from a safe distance. And that's the key difference here between these positions, where their physical damage comes from, and how easy it is to make use of that in the late game. So that's why people pick Caitlyn, in short, and not Renekton AD carry, which is, to some degree, I'm saying that facetiously, but to some degree that's also true. Renekton really is the AD carry for the side of Rosenor.
And also relying on Vi for a bit of that physical damage. And Vile's Vi is quite threatening.
Yes.
But I feel like they're doing a much better job kiting him out in the later parts of the game here.
As well they should, really, with the composition that just has more range to it. As I said, Ziggs is really the only ranged part of Rosenor's composition. Ryze is a ranged champion, yes, but he's mid-range at best. Not going to be able to catch up to a Caitlyn unless there are flashes involved. Shoving into the Ziggs can be a bit of a chore, though.
It is indeed a large chore, and seeing at how much he can just clear the waves out very easily.
Baron is back on the Rift, though, so he may very well see a rotation towards the pit. But that would only be if LFA were willing to give up his bottom lane push, which it seems like they are not quite yet. Eventually they've got to realize that Ziggs is not going to run out of moments, though. They either have to pick a fight or go for a different objective, because this one is not really going to work out. Attempt at picking a fight there from Bloodbath.
Oh,
man, good damage on the triangle.
Tremble taking a huge chunk of damage.
That could be the shot that fires off around the world here for this fight, but it looks like Trenol's is going to heal right back up. It's fine. And there's a hook on Jushin. Oh, that's a good target to start things off with. The Bloodbath takes a lot of damage on his way in. Lyle going to be moving into the fight as well, only to find an exhaust in his face. Both teams have somewhat disengaged here. Some ultimates and summoners traded, but no lives lost yet. Pretty sure that Baron, yeah, the pings are mirroring that as well. I'm pretty sure that Baron is going to be the key that breaks this game open between these two teams here. Because right now it is locked by this Ziggs pick. Oh, there's a teleport. Maybe I speak too soon. Maybe it's the teleport flank that opens this game up. As Vile gets hooked back by Bloodbath, but Bloodbath finds himself in the face of an enemy team. Vile going to be continuing the chase here, but that was quite the overextension from the Vi, having to flash away. Raph's now overextended as well. The GA going to proc for him. As he comes back up, only to find a face full of damage. Shurima trying to belt out some damage of his own, but his own GA gets popped, and this is looking bad for Rose Noir. This is likely the last fight of the game, and Rose Noir are now fighting at 2 men back. But there are a lot of blinking health bars for the side of LFA. Who knows, maybe the Ziggs AP carry can do enough work. Oh god, no, Holy is gone. And Vile, the one-man army, is not nearly enough to hold this base. That's going to be GG.
That seems to be the case.
Yeah,
with Shurima being dead.
Into a few good picks from LFA.
And that is going to be LFA securing their spot in the final next week.
A bitter, hard-fought loss, and a bitter, hard-fought victory for both sides, respectively, as Life for Ire come out on top.
Valiant effort by Rose Noir to try and secure the victory there, but it's just, unfortunately, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Well, that is going to be the last crumbling of the cookie tonight, because we are all done. That is the final game, so you guys can all head home to bed, or you're probably already at home, but you can at least head to bed. I know that's what I'm going to be going to do. My name is Octavian. I am joined here by Effect, and it has been a pleasure casting for y'all tonight. We hope you enjoyed. And please do tune in next time. To aid you in tuning in next time, you can go ahead and click that follow button. We'll be here next weekend on Saturday. Though it will probably just be Effect, maybe another co-caster filling in for me on Saturday. I'm actually going to be in PAX myself, but hopefully we'll be able to get that sorted for y'all. And yeah, tap that follow button. Give it a little bit of love. We do this every weekend for you folks, and we hope you enjoy. Have a good one, everybody.
See you next week, folks.
And have a good night.